The corridors of the Department of Mysteries stretched endlessly before them, dimly lit and filled with an oppressive silence that seemed to swallow their footsteps. Harry Potter pressed forward, his heart hammering against his ribs as he led his friends deeper into the bowels of the Ministry of Magic. At 15, he had faced dark wizards, dementors, and dragons, but something about this place made his scar prickle with an unease he couldn't shake. Behind him, Ron Weasley's breathing came in sharp gasps, while Hermione Granger's footsteps maintained their characteristic determined rhythm, despite her obvious fear. Luna Lovegood drifted along as if she were taking a casual stroll through her garden, and Neville Longbottom's grip on his wand suggested he was ready to hex anything that moved. Ginny Weasley brought up the rear, her presence both comforting and terrifying to Harry. He never should have brought them here. But Sirius was in danger, and that trumped everything else. The prophecy room materialized around them, like something from a fevered dream. Towering shelves stretched impossibly high, each one lined with thousands upon thousands of glowing orbs. The soft blue light they emanated cast eerie shadows that danced and shifted with every movement. Harry's scar throbbed dully as he navigated the narrow aisles, following the pull he felt toward row 97. There it was, the prophecy with his name on it, sitting innocuously on its shelf like any other magical artifact. But as Harry's fingers closed around the cool glass sphere, he realized with growing horror that he had walked directly into a trap. The silence shattered as slow, mocking applause echoed through the chamber. Death Eaters emerged from the shadows like wraiths materializing from nightmares. Their black robes billowed around them as they formed a loose circle, trapping Harry and his friends in the center of the aisle. The bone-white masks gleamed in the blue light, and Harry could hear the collective intake of breath from his friends as they realized how completely they had been outmaneuvered. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward, his platinum hair catching the light as he removed his mask with theatrical flair. His pale eyes glittered with malicious satisfaction as he surveyed the group of teenagers who had walked so willingly into his web. "Very good, Potter," he said, his voice carrying the cultured tones of someone who had never known want or hardship. "Now turn around, nice and slowly, and give that to me." Harry's mind raced as he clutched the prophecy tighter. Around him, he could sense his friends' terror, but also their determination to stand with him, no matter what came next. The Death Eaters had them outnumbered 3-1, and these weren't students or amateurs. These were Voldemort's elite, wizards who had spent years perfecting the art of causing pain and death. The standoff stretched taut between them, like a bowstring ready to snap. Malfoy continued his practiced intimidation, explaining with casual cruelty exactly how outmatched they were. But Harry barely heard the words. His scar was burning now, a steady throb that seemed to pulse in rhythm with something he couldn't quite identify. There was magic in this place, old and powerful and dangerous, and it was reacting to his presence in ways he didn't understand. When the battle finally erupted, it came with the sudden violence of a summer storm. Spells flew in every direction as Harry shouted for his friends to run. The prophecy clutched protectively against his chest. The Death Eaters moved with practiced coordination, their curses precise and deadly, while Harry's group fought with the desperate creativity of teenagers who refused to die quietly. They ran through chamber after chamber, each more bizarre and dangerous than the last. The room with the flying brains that attacked Ron with their trailing tentacles. The chamber where time itself seemed to flow differently, aging and de-aging everything it touched. The room full of planets that hung suspended in space like glowing marbles. Harry led them onward, driven by pure adrenaline and the knowledge that stopping meant death for all of them. But the Death Eaters were herding them, Harry realized with growing desperation. Every escape route they took led them exactly where their pursuers wanted them to go. The running battle culminated in the room with the ancient stone archway, where a tattered black veil fluttered despite the absence of any wind. Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature, as whispers seemed to emanate from beyond the veil, voices calling to him from whatever lay on the other side. It was there that Bellatrix Lestrange caught up with them. She appeared like a vengeful fury, her wild black hair streaming behind her as she laughed with manic delight. Her eyes held the gleam of someone who had long since abandoned sanity in favor of pure, undiluted cruelty. The other Death Eaters formed a semicircle behind her, cutting off any hope of escape. Harry found himself pressed back against the steps leading up to the archway, his friends scattered around him in various stages of exhaustion and injury. "Well, well, well," Bellatrix crooned, her voice carrying the aristocratic accent that marked her as one of the Black family elite. Little Potter and his precious friends, so far from home. "Tell me, darling boy, where is your famous godfather now? Still locked away in Azkaban, I hope." "Oh, but wait," she giggled, a sound like breaking glass. "He escaped, didn't he? How terribly inconvenient for him. I do hope nothing unpleasant happens to dear cousin Sirius." Harry's rage flared white-hot at her taunting words. The prophecy felt slick in his sweating palm as he raised his wand with his free hand. Around him, his friends formed a protective circle, their young faces set with determination that would have made their parents proud and terrified in equal measure. The duel began in earnest then, spells crackling through the air like deadly fireworks. Bellatrix fought with the fluid grace of someone who had been casting curses since childhood, her wand work a deadly dance of precision and malice. Harry matched her spell for spell, drawing on every lesson he had learned from defense against the dark arts, every trick he had picked up from their various adventures. But Bellatrix had years of experience, and a complete lack of moral restraint. She pressed her attack, forcing Harry to give ground step by step up the stone stairs. Her curses came faster and more vicious, each one designed to cause maximum pain and humiliation rather than a clean death. She wanted him to suffer, wanted to break him slowly and thoroughly before delivering him to her master. In desperation, Harry tried to circle around her, hoping to gain some advantage of position. But as he moved, his foot caught on the uneven stone, and he stumbled. Bellatrix pounced on the opportunity, lunging forward with her wand extended. Harry threw himself to the side, but not quickly enough. Her grabbing hand caught his wrist, her fingers digging into his skin with bruising force. That was when it happened. Bellatrix's sleeve had ridden up during their struggle, exposing the pale flesh of her inner left forearm. The dark mark was there, etched into her skin like a brand of ownership. It appeared as a faint tattoo in the dim light, the skull and serpent design that marked her as one of Voldemort's chosen. Harry had heard descriptions of the mark before, but he had never seen one up close. As they grappled, Harry's scarred hand slammed down directly onto the dark mark. The contact between his skin and the cursed tattoo created an explosion of magical energy that sent both combatants flying apart. But this wasn't the clean separation of a successful spell. This was raw magic, the kind that rewrote fundamental laws when it encountered something it didn't understand. Harry's scar erupted in agony beyond anything he had ever experienced. The familiar burn of his connection to Voldemort was nothing compared to this. It felt as though someone had poured liquid fire directly into his skull and then set off fireworks in his brain. He screamed, a sound of pure anguish that echoed off the stone walls and seemed to go on forever. But even as the pain threatened to tear his consciousness apart, Harry became aware of something else. Voices. Not the whispers from beyond the veil, but actual human voices. Dozens of them, all speaking at once in his head. They were afraid. They were confused. They were connected to him somehow, in a way that felt fundamentally wrong. Bellatrix was writhing on the stone floor, clutching her left arm and shrieking like a banshee. The dark mark on her forearm was glowing with an intensity that made it visible even through her sleeve. But it wasn't the usual red of activation or the black of Voldemort's summons. Instead, it pulsed with a sickly green light that seemed to pulse in rhythm with Harry's heartbeat. Harry pushed himself up on trembling arms, his head spinning as the voices in his mind grew louder. He could sense locations now, scattered across Britain and beyond. London, Yorkshire, Scotland, Wales, dozens of different places, each one occupied by someone whose thoughts he could suddenly access. Their emotions crashed over him in waves: fear, confusion, pain, and underneath it all, a terrible, unwilling loyalty that had nothing to do with their original allegiances. Through the chaos in his mind, Harry became dimly aware that the other Death Eaters had stopped fighting. They were staring at Bellatrix in horror as she continued to convulse, her screams growing weaker but no less anguished. Several of them were clutching their own left arms, their faces pale behind their masks. The voices in Harry's head began to sort themselves into distinct individuals. He could sense Wormtail, cowering in some dark room and whimpering with fear as his dark mark burned with unfamiliar fire. Crabbe and Goyle Sr., confused and disoriented as they felt their loyalty bonds shifting like sand beneath their feet. Dozens of others, each one a separate thread in a web that now centered on Harry Potter instead of Lord Voldemort. With growing horror, Harry realized what had happened. The combination of his connection to Voldemort through the Horcrux fragment in his scar and his direct contact with the Dark Mark had created something unprecedented in magical history. He hadn't just touched Bellatrix's mark, he had somehow hijacked the entire Death Eater network. The magical backlash was still rippling outward. Harry could feel it spreading through the connections like wildfire. Every Death Eater in Britain was experiencing the same agony that had felled Bellatrix. But more than that, they were all suddenly, inexplicably bound to him instead of to Voldemort. Their loyalty, their obedience, their very magical essence now recognized Harry Potter as their master. Bellatrix's screaming finally died away to weak whimpers. She lay curled on the stone floor like a broken doll, her dark hair spread around her pale face. When she opened her eyes and looked at Harry, there was something different there. The manic gleam was gone, replaced by a look of absolute, terrified confusion. She tried to speak, but all that emerged was a croak. The other Death Eaters were backing away now, their wands lowered, but not holstered. They could sense that something fundamental had changed, even if they didn't understand what. Several of them were speaking in urgent whispers, their voices carrying notes of panic that Harry had never heard from Voldemort's elite before. Through the network of connections flooding his mind, Harry could feel Voldemort's rage like a distant storm. The Dark Lord had felt the disruption, had sensed something interfering with his carefully constructed web of control. His fury was building to nuclear proportions, and Harry knew it wouldn't be long before that anger found a target. Ron appeared at Harry's side, his freckled face creased with worry as he helped Harry to his feet. "You all right, mate?" he asked, though his voice suggested he knew the answer was far from simple. "What happened? What was that light?" Harry opened his mouth to answer, but the words wouldn't come. How could he possibly explain that he had somehow become connected to every Death Eater in Britain? How could he tell his best friend that he could sense their thoughts, feel their emotions, and worst of all, command their loyalty? The very idea made him feel sick. Before Harry could formulate any kind of response, the sound of running footsteps echoed through the chamber. Order of the Phoenix members burst through the entrance, their wands raised and ready for battle. Sirius Black led the charge, his aristocratic features set in lines of grim determination as he took in the scene before him. The remaining Death Eaters scattered like startled crows, disapparating with sharp cracks that echoed off the stone walls. Only Bellatrix remained, still too weak and disoriented to manage an escape. Sirius spotted her immediately, and his expression shifted from relief at finding Harry alive to something far darker and more dangerous. "There you are, you twisted little witch," he snarled, advancing on his cousin with his wand extended. "Time to finish what we started all those years ago." But as Sirius raised his wand to cast what Harry suspected would be a killing curse, Bellatrix looked up at him with an expression of such genuine confusion and fear that it stopped everyone in their tracks. She wasn't the manic, cruel witch who had been taunting them moments before. She looked lost, almost childlike, as if someone had stripped away layers of madness and malice to reveal something fragile and broken underneath. "Sirius!" Harry called out, his voice hoarse from screaming. "Wait, something's wrong. Something's different." His godfather glanced back at him, and Harry saw his own confusion reflected in Sirius's grey eyes. The older wizard had spent 12 years in Azkaban, dreaming of revenge against the Death Eaters who had destroyed his life, but faced with this transformed version of his cousin, he seemed uncertain how to proceed. The network of voices in Harry's mind was settling into a constant background murmur, like a radio tuned between stations. He could sense the Death Eaters' confusion as they tried to understand what had happened to them. Some were fighting the new connection, struggling against bonds that felt as unbreakable as the original mark. Others seemed almost relieved, as if some terrible weight had been lifted from their shoulders. Through it all, Harry felt the terrible weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a lead cloak. These people, these dark wizards who had committed unspeakable acts in Voldemort's name, were now connected to him. Their actions, their choices, their very souls were somehow his responsibility now. The thought was so overwhelming that he felt his knees start to buckle. Hermione appeared at his other side, her brown eyes wide with concern as she studied his face. "Harry, you look terrible. What happened when you touched her?" "There was some kind of magical discharge, but I've never seen anything like it before." Harry tried again to find words for what had occurred, but his throat felt as though it had been scrubbed with sandpaper. The voices in his head were getting louder, more insistent, and he could feel individual Death Eaters beginning to test the boundaries of their new bonds. Some were trying to approach him, drawn by compulsions they didn't understand. Others were fleeing as far as they could manage, desperate to break a connection that felt like a violation of their very being. Sirius was still standing over Bellatrix, his wand trained on her prone form, but his expression increasingly uncertain. She hadn't moved to attack or escape. Instead, she seemed to be staring at Harry with a mixture of awe and terror that was completely at odds with everything he knew about her character. The sound of more footsteps announced the arrival of additional Order members. Remus Lupin rushed into the chamber, followed closely by Mad-Eye Moody and Kingsley Shacklebolt. They took in the scene with the practiced efficiency of veteran fighters, but Harry could see the confusion in their faces as they processed what they were seeing. "Where are the others?" Lupin asked, his amber eyes scanning the chamber for signs of additional Death Eaters. "This can't be all of them. Intelligence suggested at least a dozen were involved in luring you here." "They fled," Ron answered, his arm still supporting Harry's weight. "Something happened during the fight. There was this flash of light, and then they all just left, except for her." He nodded toward Bellatrix, who was still lying motionless on the stone floor. Moody stumped forward, his magical eye spinning wildly as it examined the scene from multiple angles. His scarred face was set in its permanent scowl, but Harry could detect notes of puzzlement in his voice when he spoke. "That's not like them. Death Eaters don't abandon their own, not unless something's scared them worse than Voldemort ever could." Through the network connection, Harry could feel the scattered Death Eaters' fear and confusion as if it were his own. They were trying to regroup, trying to understand what had happened to them, but the bonds that had once tied them to Voldemort were gone. In their place was something new, something that connected them all to the 15-year-old boy standing in a chamber beneath the Ministry of Magic. Harry became aware that everyone was staring at him, waiting for an explanation he couldn't provide. His scar was still throbbing, though the pain had settled into something more manageable than the initial agony. The voices in his head were a constant presence now, dozens of minds touching his own in ways that felt fundamentally invasive. Sirius approached him slowly, his grey eyes filled with concern. "Harry, son, what happened? You look like you've seen a ghost." Harry almost laughed at the understatement. A ghost would have been preferable to what he was experiencing. At least ghosts were just echoes of the past, not living minds connected to his own through bonds he didn't understand and couldn't control. "I touched her dark mark," he managed to say, his voice barely above a whisper. "When we were fighting, I grabbed her arm and my hand landed right on it. There was this flash, and then—" He trailed off, not sure how to continue. "And then what?" Hermione prompted gently, her academic curiosity warring with her obvious concern for his well-being. Harry looked around the circle of faces surrounding him. These people had risked their lives to save him, had fought their way through the Ministry's defenses to reach him in time. They deserved the truth, even if he didn't fully understand it himself. "I can hear them," he said finally. "All of them. Every Death Eater in Britain. They're all connected to me now, instead of to him." The silence that followed his words was deafening. Harry could see disbelief, fear, and confusion warring in the faces around him. Even Hermione, who had an explanation for everything, looked completely at a loss. It was Moody who broke the silence, his gruff voice cutting through the tension like a knife. "That's impossible, Potter. The Dark Mark isn't something you can just hijack. It's blood magic, soul magic, tied directly to you-know-who himself. No one else can command it." But even as he spoke, Harry could sense the old aura's certainty wavering. The evidence of their own eyes was hard to dispute. Bellatrix Lestrange, one of Voldemort's most loyal and vicious followers, was lying helpless on the floor instead of fighting to the death as she should have been. The other Death Eaters had fled rather than press their attack against a group of teenagers. Something had fundamentally changed, and they all knew it. Through the network, Harry could feel Voldemort's growing rage as the Dark Lord tried to contact his followers and found them different. The connection that had once allowed him to summon them at will, to punish them for failures, to reward them for successes, was altered beyond recognition. In its place was something that led back to Harry Potter, something that defied everything Voldemort thought he knew about magic and power. Harry looked down at his right hand, the one that bore the scar from his detention with Umbridge. The words, "I must not tell lies," were etched permanently into his skin, a reminder of the cost of standing up to corrupt authority. But now there was something else there, a faint tingling that seemed to pulse in rhythm with the voices in his head. As he watched in fascination and horror, thin lines of green light began to appear on his palm, forming a pattern that looked suspiciously like a simplified version of the Dark Mark. The skull and serpent were there, but changed somehow, softened in ways that made them less threatening and more protective, Hermione gasped as she saw the emerging pattern. "Harry, your hand! What is that?" Harry stared at the glowing marks on his palm, understanding beginning to dawn with the horrible clarity of absolute truth. The contact with Bellatrix's Dark Mark hadn't just connected him to the Death Eater network. It had made him a part of it, had somehow convinced the ancient magic that bound the followers to their master that Harry Potter was now the one they should follow. The implications were staggering and terrifying in equal measure. Every Death Eater in Britain was now bound to him by magic older and more powerful than anything he had encountered before. Their loyalty, their obedience, their very lives were his to command. He could feel them out there, scattered across the country, waiting for orders that he had no idea how to give. But worse than that was the knowledge that accepting this power, even accidentally, made him something he had never wanted to become. How was commanding Death Eaters different from being a Dark Lord himself? How could he use power gained through the suffering and subjugation of others without becoming the very thing he had spent his life fighting against? The sound of slow, mocking applause echoed through the chamber, and Harry's blood ran cold as he recognized the voice that accompanied it. "Very impressive, young Potter. Though I must admit, I didn't expect you to find such a creative solution to our little conflict." Voldemort materialized from the shadows like a nightmare given form. His pale, snake-like features were set in an expression of cold amusement as he surveyed the scene before him. The red eyes that had haunted Harry's dreams fixed on him with an intensity that made his scar flare with renewed pain. The Order members immediately raised their wands, forming a protective circle around Harry and his friends. But Voldemort seemed unconcerned by their defensive posture. His attention was focused entirely on Harry, and more specifically on the glowing mark that had appeared on his palm. "So this is what has happened to my followers," the Dark Lord mused, his voice carrying the sibilant tones that marked his inhuman nature. "You have somehow managed to insert yourself into connections that took me years to establish. Quite remarkable, really. I'm almost proud." Harry felt sick at the Dark Lord's approval. The last thing he wanted was Voldemort's admiration for anything he had done. The network of Death Eater minds pressed against his consciousness, their fear and confusion amplifying his own emotional turmoil. Through their eyes, he could sense other Death Eaters approaching the Ministry. They were coming because they felt compelled to do so, drawn by the new bonds that connected them to Harry instead of to their former master. Some were fighting the compulsion with everything they had. Others seemed almost eager to discover what their new circumstances might bring. "You cannot have them," Voldemort continued, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than any shout. "They are mine, bound to me by magic and blood and pain. Whatever trick you have performed, whatever accident has occurred, it will not stand." But even as he spoke, Harry could sense the Dark Lord's uncertainty. Voldemort had felt the disruption in his network, had experienced the confusion and fear of his followers as their bonds shifted. This was not something he had planned or anticipated, and that fact alone made him more dangerous than ever. The confrontation that followed would be seared into Harry's memory for the rest of his life. Voldemort's fury at the loss of his followers' unquestioning loyalty. The Order's desperate attempts to protect Harry while understanding nothing of what had truly occurred. The voices of dozens of Death Eaters in his head, some pleading for release, others demanding orders, all of them connected to him in ways that felt like violations of the natural order. And through it all, the terrible knowledge that he had somehow become the very thing he had spent his life opposing. A Dark Lord with followers bound to him by magic they couldn't resist. The fact that it had been an accident didn't change the fundamental reality of what he now was. As the battle raged around him, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a cloak made of lead. These Death Eaters, these people who had committed unspeakable acts in the name of their former master, were now his to command. Their futures, their choices, their very souls were somehow tied to his own moral compass. The question that would haunt him for years to come was simple and terrible. What do you do when you accidentally become the master of the very people you've sworn to defeat? The glowing mark on his palm pulsed with each heartbeat, a constant reminder that some powers, once gained, could never be given back. And somewhere in the distance, he could hear Sirius calling his name with a note of desperate concern that suggested his godfather understood, perhaps better than anyone, exactly how dangerous this new development truly was. The final battle began not with the dramatic assault on Hogwarts that everyone expected, but with a series of seemingly unrelated incidents that gradually revealed themselves to be part of a coordinated campaign designed to drive Harry Potter and his reformed Death Eater network into a confrontation that would determine the future of the wizarding world. It started with the systematic elimination of Order of the Phoenix safe houses, attacks so precisely targeted and efficiently executed that they could only have been planned by someone with intimate knowledge of the resistance organization's most carefully guarded secrets. Through the network connection, Harry felt the terror and confusion of families who had thought themselves protected, the desperate flight of people who discovered that their sanctuary had been compromised by intelligence that seemed to come from nowhere. But what made these attacks particularly disturbing was their restraint. Instead of the wholesale slaughter that had characterized Voldemort's previous operations, these raids were designed to capture rather than kill, to gather prisoners rather than eliminate enemies. Through Rookwood's contacts within the Ministry, the network learned that dozens of Order members and their families were being held at locations that had been carefully chosen for their symbolic significance and defensive capabilities. Voldemort was building a trap, using the people Harry cared about most as bait to force him into a confrontation on terms that favored the Dark Lord's remaining strengths. But the scope and sophistication of the operation suggested that their enemy had learned from his previous failures and was now approaching their conflict with a level of strategic thinking that was both impressive and terrifying. Through their shared consciousness, the reformed Death Eaters analyzed every detail of the attacks with the methodical precision that had once served Voldemort's agenda, but was now dedicated to protecting the innocent people he was threatening. Their collective intelligence, enhanced by months of cooperation and mutual trust, quickly identified the pattern underlying what appeared to be random strikes against scattered targets. The prisoners were being held at Hogwarts. The revelation that their former master had somehow infiltrated and occupied the school that had been Harry's home and refuge for 6 years sent waves of shock and rage through the network that nearly overwhelmed Harry's ability to maintain emotional stability. Through 37 minds, he experienced the full scope of their collective fury at the violation of a place that represented safety, learning, and the possibility of transformation from darkness into light. But their anger was tempered by something that would have surprised anyone who remembered them as Voldemort's followers: genuine concern for the welfare of students who were trapped within the castle, along with the Order members who were being used as bait. Through their shared consciousness, Harry felt their growing determination to resolve the crisis in ways that would protect everyone involved, regardless of the personal cost to themselves. The intelligence they gathered through Rookwood's Ministry contacts and Snape's access to Hogwarts's internal communication systems painted a picture of systematic occupation designed to maximize psychological pressure while minimizing the risk of outside intervention. Voldemort had indeed taken control of the school, but he had done so through infiltration and manipulation rather than direct assault. Several faculty members had been replaced by Death Eaters using Polyjuice Potion, their impersonations so perfect that even long-time colleagues had failed to detect the substitution. Students who asked uncomfortable questions or showed signs of resistance found themselves subjected to increasingly harsh discipline that stopped just short of permanent harm. The message was clear: cooperation would be rewarded with safety, while defiance would result in consequences that extended far beyond the individual making trouble. But it was the fate of the captured Order members that revealed the true scope of Voldemort's strategic thinking. Instead of simply holding them as hostages to be killed when Harry arrived, they were being subjected to something far more sophisticated and psychologically devastating: a systematic campaign designed to break their will and transform them into weapons that could be used against their own allies. Through Bellatrix's memories of similar operations during the First War, the network understood exactly what their former master was attempting. The captured Order members were being exposed to carefully controlled doses of dark magic, designed to alter their fundamental nature without destroying their essential identity. If successful, the process would create sleeper agents who appeared to be rescued allies but were actually programmed to betray their rescuers at crucial moments. The magical techniques involved were among the most sophisticated forms of mental manipulation ever developed, requiring expertise that few wizards possessed and resources that were enormously expensive to acquire and maintain. But Voldemort had always been willing to pay any price to achieve his goals, and the potential rewards of successfully converting Harry's allies into weapons that could be used against him were worth almost any investment. Through their analysis of the intelligence they had gathered, the network realized that they were facing not just a trap, but an entire campaign designed to eliminate them as an effective force while simultaneously discrediting their approach to handling dark wizards. If Voldemort could demonstrate that reformed Death Eaters were unreliable and dangerous, if he could show that their transformation was superficial and easily reversed, he could undermine public support for any future attempts at rehabilitation rather than execution. The psychological sophistication of the strategy was both impressive and deeply personal. Voldemort understood his former followers well enough to design attacks that would target their greatest vulnerabilities, their growing attachment to the people they were trying to protect, and their desperate need to prove that their transformation was genuine rather than merely expedient. But what their former master had failed to anticipate was the way their connection to Harry's consciousness had fundamentally altered not just their moral compass, but their strategic thinking as well. Instead of approaching the crisis as individuals competing for their master's approval, they were working together as a unified organization dedicated to achieving collective goals through methods that prioritized protection over destruction. Their response to Voldemort's trap was characteristically audacious and morally complex. Instead of attempting a direct assault on Hogwarts that would risk the lives of everyone inside the castle, they decided to infiltrate the school using the same methods their former master had employed: systematic replacement of key personnel through carefully planned impersonation. But their infiltration was designed to accomplish something unprecedented in the history of magical conflict: the liberation of prisoners and the protection of innocents without causing casualties among their enemies. They were going to rescue everyone Voldemort was holding, while simultaneously offering his remaining followers the opportunity to choose redemption over destruction. The operation required skills and knowledge that no single person possessed, but which became accessible through the collective expertise of 37 reformed dark wizards working in perfect coordination. Rookwood's understanding of Hogwarts' defensive systems, gained through his years as an unspeakable, provided the intelligence needed to bypass magical protections that would have stopped any conventional rescue attempt. Bellatrix's intimate knowledge of Voldemort's psychology and methods allowed them to anticipate his responses and plan countermeasures that would neutralize his advantages without giving him the opportunity to harm his prisoners in retaliation. Even Wormtail's cowardice proved useful, as his desperate need for survival had given him insights into escape routes and hidden passages that could be used to evacuate people quickly and safely. But perhaps the most crucial aspect of their planning was the way they incorporated Harry's moral principles into every detail of their strategy. They were not simply trying to rescue their allies and eliminate their enemies. They were attempting to create conditions where everyone involved could choose to be better than they had been, where even Voldemort's most loyal followers could discover alternatives to the path of darkness they had been following. The infiltration began at dawn, when the castle was quiet, and most of its inhabitants were still lost in sleep. Through carefully coordinated apparition that drew on the combined magical power of the entire network, reformed Death Eaters appeared throughout Hogwarts in positions that had been calculated to maximize their effectiveness while minimizing the risk of detection. But instead of proceeding immediately to their assigned objectives, they paused to experience something that none of them had expected: the overwhelming emotional impact of returning to the place where many of them had first learned magic, had first encountered the possibilities and responsibilities that came with power over the natural world. Through their shared consciousness, Harry felt their complex emotions as they walked corridors they remembered from their school days, saw classrooms where they had learned spells that they had later used to cause suffering, encountered portraits of teachers who had tried to guide them toward wisdom and compassion before they chose paths that led to darkness and cruelty. For many of them, Hogwarts represented not just a location, but a turning point. The place where they had been offered the opportunity to become people who used their abilities to protect and nurture rather than dominate and destroy. Their choice to follow Voldemort instead of embracing the values their education had tried to instill was a source of regret that had haunted them throughout their transformation. But now they were returning not as servants of darkness, but as agents of protection, using skills they had learned in these very halls to rescue innocent people and offer redemption to others who were trapped in the same cycles of hatred and fear that had once consumed them. The rescue of the Order prisoners required surgical precision and psychological sophistication that would have impressed military strategists. Instead of simply overpowering their guards and fighting their way out of the castle, the reformed Death Eaters used their intimate knowledge of dark magic to reverse the mental conditioning that Voldemort had been imposing on his captives. Through Bellatrix's expertise with the specific techniques their former master favored, they were able to identify and counteract the magical influences that were slowly breaking down their allies' resistance to conversion. The process was delicate and dangerous, requiring them to enter the minds of people who had been subjected to sophisticated psychological torture and carefully extract the foreign influences without causing additional trauma. But perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the rescue operation was the way they approached Voldemort's remaining followers. Instead of treating them as enemies to be defeated, they offered them the same choice that had transformed their own existence: the opportunity to discover what they could become if they chose compassion over cruelty, protection over domination, love over fear. The response was mixed but encouraging. Several Death Eaters, confronted with former colleagues who demonstrated genuine concern for their welfare and offered alternatives to the path they had been following, chose to abandon their posts and seek sanctuary with people they had once been taught to regard as traitors to the pure-blood cause. Others remained loyal to Voldemort out of fear, genuine belief in his ideology, or simple inability to imagine alternatives to the only life they had ever known. But even these holdouts were treated with respect and offered protection if they chose to reconsider their allegiances at any point in the future. It was during the evacuation of the Great Hall, where dozens of students had been held under guard while their professors were systematically replaced, that the network encountered its greatest challenge and achieved its most significant victory. Among the Death Eaters guarding the students was Draco Malfoy, no longer the uncertain boy Harry remembered from their school days, but a young man whose exposure to the realities of his family's chosen path had hardened him into something approaching the cruelty that characterized his father's generation. Through the network, Harry felt the complex emotions that Draco's presence triggered in the reformed Death Eaters who had known him since childhood. They remembered him as a spoiled, but not fundamentally evil child, someone who had been shaped by circumstances and family pressure rather than making free choices about the kind of person he wanted to become. But they also understood that his current situation was the direct result of the same forces that had corrupted their own development, the systematic indoctrination that convinced pure-blood children that their worth was measured by their willingness to dominate others rather than their capacity to contribute to the welfare of their community. Lucius Malfoy stepped forward to address his son, but his approach was unlike anything Harry had expected from the man who had once served as one of Voldemort's most trusted lieutenants. Instead of commanding obedience or threatening punishment for weakness, he spoke with the voice of someone who understood the cost of choosing darkness over light and wanted to spare his child from experiencing the same regret. "Draco," Lucius said gently, his voice carrying none of the aristocratic arrogance that had once characterized his every word. "You have a choice to make. Not the choice between serving the Dark Lord or betraying him, but the choice between becoming the person you were taught you should be, or discovering who you actually are when given the freedom to decide for yourself." Through the network, Harry experienced Lucius's profound love for his son, his desperate hope that the boy could be saved from the path that had brought so much suffering to their family and their world. But he also felt the man's absolute commitment to respecting whatever decision Draco made, even if that decision led to consequences that would break his father's heart. The conversation that followed between father and son was one of the most emotionally powerful exchanges Harry had ever witnessed. Through their shared consciousness, the entire network experienced Draco's confusion and fear as he struggled to understand how his father could have changed so completely, how someone he had been taught to regard as a pillar of pure-blood supremacy could now be advocating for mercy toward the very people they had been raised to despise. But gradually, as Lucius shared his own story of transformation and the discoveries he had made about the true nature of strength and honor, Draco began to understand that his father's change was not weakness or betrayal, but growth towards something more mature and genuinely powerful than anything their family had ever achieved through domination and intimidation. The moment when Draco chose to join his father, to abandon his post and seek sanctuary with people who had once been his enemies, was experienced by every member of the network as a victory that transcended any military or strategic success they had achieved. Through their shared consciousness, they felt the joy of a family being reunited, the hope of a young person discovering alternatives to the path of darkness he had been following, and the satisfaction of proving that redemption was possible even for those who seemed most thoroughly corrupted by exposure to evil. But it was Harry's own reaction to Draco's choice that revealed how much he himself had been transformed by his connection to the network. Instead of the satisfaction he might once have felt at seeing his school rival admit defeat, Harry experienced genuine happiness at Draco's liberation from forces that had been shaping him toward becoming something he was never meant to be. Through the network, he felt the collective understanding that victory was not measured by the humiliation or destruction of enemies, but by the number of people who could be helped to discover better versions of themselves. True strength was not the ability to force others into submission, but the wisdom to create conditions where they could choose growth over stagnation, love over hatred, connection over isolation. The evacuation of Hogwarts was completed without a single casualty among either the rescued prisoners or the Death Eaters who chose to remain loyal to Voldemort. The students were safely transported to locations where they could be reunited with their families. The Order members who had been subjected to mental conditioning were taken to healers who specialized in reversing the effects of dark magic on human consciousness. But perhaps the most significant aspect of the operation was the number of Voldemort's followers who chose to abandon their posts and seek alternatives to the path they had been following. The network's approach of offering redemption rather than demanding surrender had proven remarkably effective at convincing people that change was possible even for those who had committed acts they once thought were unforgivable. Through their shared consciousness, Harry and the reformed Death Eaters experienced a profound sense of accomplishment as they realized what they had achieved together. They had not just rescued their allies and protected innocent students. They had demonstrated that love could be more powerful than fear, that connection could overcome isolation, and that redemption was possible even in the darkest circumstances. But their celebration was tempered by the knowledge that Voldemort himself remained at large, his power diminished, but his capacity for destruction still enormous. The Dark Lord had lost his hostages, had seen many of his remaining followers defect to his enemies, and had been forced to watch as his most carefully planned trap was dismantled by the very people he had once commanded. His response to these setbacks would undoubtedly be swift, brutal, and designed to cause maximum suffering to everyone involved in his humiliation. The final confrontation was approaching, and it would test everything the network had learned about the transformative power of love, guided by wisdom, and supported by unshakable commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. Through their connection to Harry's consciousness, 37 reformed Death Eaters and an unknown number of newly converted allies prepared for a battle that would determine not just their individual fates, but the future of every person in the wizarding world who believed that compassion could triumph over cruelty, and that redemption was possible even for those who had fallen furthest into darkness. The war was approaching its climax, but the true victory would not be measured in the elimination of evil, but in the preservation and nurture of good. And in that battle, the most important one that had ever been fought, they were finally ready to demonstrate what they had learned about the power of transformation through love, the strength that came from choosing connection over domination, and the way that genuine redemption could create ripple effects that would continue to spread long after the immediate crisis had been resolved. The network that had begun as a magical accident had evolved into something unprecedented in the history of human conflict, a living demonstration that the cycle of hatred and revenge could be broken, that enemies could become allies through patient demonstration of better possibilities, and that the true measure of power was not the ability to destroy, but the capacity to transform destruction into creation, darkness into light, and despair into hope. Through their rescue of everyone Voldemort had threatened, they had proven that their approach to handling conflict was not just morally superior, but practically more effective than traditional methods based on the elimination of opposition. They had saved lives, protected innocence, and offered redemption to people who had never been given genuine alternatives to the paths that had led them into darkness. But most importantly, they had demonstrated that love, properly understood and wisely applied, was the most powerful force in existence, capable of overcoming any obstacle, healing any wound, and transforming any heart that was willing to be opened to its influence. The final battle was coming, but they would face it as a family united by bonds that transcended the magical compulsions that had originally brought them together. They had chosen each other, had committed themselves to shared values that made their existence meaningful, and had discovered that true strength came not from the power to command others, but from the wisdom to inspire them to become the best versions of themselves. Voldemort had taught them everything they needed to know about the difference between ruling through fear and leading through love. Now they would show him and the world what they had learned about the transformative power of compassion, guided by wisdom and supported by unshakable commitment to the welfare of all conscious beings. The war would soon be over, but the work of healing, growth, and transformation would continue for generations, and at its center would be the living example of what became possible when people chose to love rather than hate, to connect rather than dominate, and to transform enemies into allies through patient demonstration of the better possibilities that existed within every human heart. The Forbidden Forest had never felt more aptly named than it did on the morning when Harry Potter walked willingly toward his death. Through the network connection, 37 reformed Death Eaters experienced every step of his journey with him, their shared consciousness bearing witness to a sacrifice that would define not just the outcome of their war, but the nature of heroism itself. Harry's decision to surrender himself to Voldemort had not been made in isolation. Through hours of debate within the network, they had explored every possible alternative, analyzed every strategic option, and ultimately reached the same conclusion that Harry himself had arrived at through his own moral reasoning. Sometimes the greatest act of power was the willingness to relinquish it entirely. The resurrection stone lay heavy in Harry's pocket as he made his way through the ancient trees, its magical presence connecting him not just to the spirits of his lost loved ones, but to every person whose death had shaped his understanding of what it truly meant to live. Through the network, the reformed Death Eaters felt the profound peace that filled his consciousness as he approached the clearing where Voldemort waited with his remaining followers. But what none of them had anticipated was the way Harry's willing sacrifice would affect the magical bonds that connected them all. As his determination to die for the protection of others flowed through the network, it transformed every Death Eater's understanding of what loyalty and service actually meant. Through their shared consciousness, they experienced something unprecedented in the history of dark magic, the complete inversion of every principle that had once defined their existence. Where they had once served a master who demanded their lives as payment for his protection, they were now connected to someone who was willing to give his life to ensure their continued growth toward redemption. The difference was not merely philosophical, but magical in the most fundamental sense. Harry's sacrifice sent waves of transformative energy through bonds that had been created to channel cruelty and hatred, filling them instead with a love so pure and selfless that it began rewriting the magical nature of everyone connected to the network. Voldemort's reaction to Harry's surrender was exactly what they had expected, triumph mixed with confusion as he struggled to understand why his greatest enemy would simply walk into his hands without resistance. Through the network connection, they felt the Dark Lord's growing certainty that this had to be a trap, that someone as resourceful and determined as Harry Potter would never simply give up. But they also felt something that surprised everyone involved: Voldemort's growing unease as he realized that Harry's surrender was completely genuine, motivated not by despair or defeat, but by a form of love that the Dark Lord had never encountered and could not comprehend. The killing curse, when it came, was experienced by every member of the network simultaneously. Through their shared consciousness, they felt Harry's death as if it were their own, the abrupt cessation of the thoughts and emotions that had defined their existence for so many months. But they also felt something else: the moment when Harry's sacrifice activated magical protections that extended through the network to encompass everyone who had been connected to his consciousness. The protection was unlike anything in recorded magical history. Where Lily Potter's sacrifice had shielded her infant son from physical harm, Harry's willing death created a magical barrier that protected not just the bodies, but the souls of everyone connected to his network. Every Death Eater who had been bound to his consciousness found themselves suddenly immune to the magical compulsions that had once defined their service to darkness. For the first time since their transformation began, they were truly free to choose who they wanted to be without any external magical influence shaping their decisions. The bonds that connected them to Harry's network remained, but they had been fundamentally altered by his sacrifice, from instruments of control into sources of strength and mutual support. Through their shared awareness, they felt each other's amazement as they realized what Harry's death had accomplished. He had not simply died to protect them from Voldemort's wrath. He had died to give them the one thing that magical compulsion could never provide: the absolute freedom to choose their own moral path without any external influence forcing them toward particular decisions. But their liberation came with a cost that none of them had fully anticipated. Without Harry's consciousness serving as the central organizing principle of their network, the bonds that connected them began to fluctuate in ways that threatened to tear apart the collective identity they had built over months of shared growth and mutual support. It was Bellatrix who first understood what needed to be done. Through her connection to the others, she projected the realization that Harry's sacrifice had not eliminated their network, but transformed it into something that could exist independently of its original creator. They could choose to maintain their connections to each other, could decide to preserve the bonds of mutual care and protection that had given their existence meaning, but they would have to do so through conscious choice rather than magical compulsion. The decision to maintain their network was made collectively and instantaneously, 37 minds choosing simultaneously to preserve connections that had become more precious to them than individual autonomy. But the choice was theirs to make, and the bonds that resulted were fundamentally different from anything that had existed before. Magical connections freely chosen and consciously maintained by people who understood exactly what they were committing themselves to preserve. Through their reformed network, they felt Harry's return to life as a moment of joy so pure that it temporarily overwhelmed every other consideration. His consciousness rejoined their shared awareness, like a missing piece being restored to a puzzle. But it was changed by his passage through death in ways that would take them months to fully understand. The sacrifice had burned away the last traces of Voldemort's influence that had lingered in Harry's scar, eliminating the connection that had allowed the Dark Lord to access his thoughts and emotions. But more than that, it had somehow purified the network itself, removing every trace of the dark magic that had originally created the bonds while preserving everything positive that had grown from their accidental connection. Harry's return to consciousness in the Forbidden Forest was witnessed through 37 perspectives simultaneously, each Death Eater experiencing his rebirth as a moment of transcendent hope that validated everything they had chosen to believe about the possibility of redemption and transformation. But they also felt his confusion and disorientation as he struggled to understand what had changed during his brief passage through death. The conversation between Harry and Voldemort that followed was unlike any exchange that had occurred between them before. Instead of the hatred and mutual contempt that had characterized their previous encounters, there was something approaching recognition, as both of them realized that their conflict had fundamentally altered who they were and what they represented. Through the network, the reformed Death Eaters felt Harry's profound compassion for his enemy, his understanding that Voldemort's inability to comprehend love was not wickedness, but a form of spiritual disability that deserved pity rather than hatred. But they also felt the Dark Lord's growing realization that his former followers were no longer available to him, that the network he had spent years creating had been transformed into something that served principles he could neither understand nor control. The return to Hogwarts was a procession unlike anything in the history of magical conflict. Harry walked between the two armies that had gathered to witness the final confrontation, but instead of the triumphant march of a conquering hero, his movement through the assembled crowds felt more like a teacher returning to share what he had learned about the nature of sacrifice and redemption. Through the network, every reformed Death Eater felt the complex emotions of the people who watched Harry's approach. Relief from those who had believed him dead, confusion from others who struggled to understand how he had survived the killing curse, and growing amazement as they began to sense the fundamental changes that his sacrifice had wrought in the magical atmosphere of the entire area. But it was Voldemort's followers who experienced the most profound transformation as they were exposed to the full effects of Harry's sacrifice. The magical protection that extended through the network began affecting anyone who had been connected to dark magic, offering them the same freedom from compulsion that the reformed Death Eaters had received. The effect was immediate and dramatic. Death Eaters who had remained loyal to Voldemort out of fear found that their terror was no longer strong enough to override their growing revulsion at the cruelty they had been asked to inflict. Others who had served the Dark Lord because they believed his ideology discovered that they could now see through the rationalizations and justifications that had once made oppression seem reasonable. Most significantly, several of Voldemort's most trusted lieutenants began experiencing something that none of them had felt in years: genuine remorse for the suffering they had caused, and a desperate desire to find ways to make amends for their past actions. The battle that followed Harry's revelation that he had survived the killing curse was unlike any military engagement in magical history. Instead of two organized forces attempting to destroy each other, it became a fluid series of individual encounters where people chose sides based on their personal moral convictions rather than their formal allegiances. Through the network, the reformed Death Eaters coordinated their efforts not to eliminate enemies, but to protect everyone involved from the consequences of choices made in fear or desperation. They moved through the combat with surgical precision, disarming rather than harming, restraining rather than destroying, offering alternatives to violence even in the midst of magical chaos. But their most important contribution to the battle was the way they served as living examples of the possibility of transformation. Every Death Eater who witnessed their former colleagues choosing mercy over cruelty, protection over domination, love over hatred, was forced to confront the reality that change was possible even for those who had committed the most unforgivable acts. The psychological impact was enormous. Voldemort's remaining followers found themselves fighting, not just against superior numbers, but against the growing certainty that they were defending principles that their own former allies had discovered were fundamentally bankrupt and self-destructive. Several Death Eaters laid down their wands in the middle of combat, overwhelmed by the realization that they were fighting against people who had once shared their beliefs and had found something better. Others continued fighting, but with decreasing conviction, their attacks becoming half-hearted as they struggled with internal conflicts that made decisive action increasingly difficult. But it was the confrontation between Harry and Voldemort in the Great Hall that demonstrated the full scope of what the network's transformation had accomplished. The Dark Lord, isolated and abandoned by followers who were no longer compelled to serve him, faced an enemy who commanded absolute loyalty through bonds of mutual affection and shared commitment to principles that made their existence meaningful. The duel itself was brief and decisive, but its true significance lay not in the magical techniques employed, but in what it revealed about the fundamental difference between power based on fear and authority based on love. Voldemort's spells, however technically proficient, lacked the moral force that came from fighting to protect others, rather than to dominate them. Harry's magic, enhanced by the willing support of 37 people who had chosen to share their strength with him, carried the weight of every life they had saved, every person they had helped transform, every moment of redemption they had made possible through their collective commitment to choosing compassion over cruelty. When Voldemort's final killing curse rebounded from Harry's protection and destroyed the Dark Lord instead, the effect was felt not just by everyone present in the Great Hall, but by every person connected to dark magic throughout the wizarding world. The magical bonds that had tied countless individuals to principles of hatred and domination simply dissolved, leaving them free to choose who they wanted to become without the influence of compulsions they had never fully understood. Through the network, the reformed Death Eaters experienced Voldemort's death not as a moment of triumph, but as a conclusion to a tragedy that had consumed far too many lives and caused far too much suffering. They felt sadness for the brilliant young man who had chosen to become a monster, recognition that his path toward darkness could have been prevented by different choices made at crucial moments, and determination to ensure that future generations would not face the same false choice between domination and subjugation that had defined their own moral development. But they also felt profound relief that the war was finally over, that the immediate threats to innocent life had been eliminated, and that they could now focus their collective energy on the long-term work of healing and reconstruction that would define the next phase of their existence. The celebration that followed Voldemort's defeat was subdued and complex, reflecting the moral maturity that the network had developed through months of grappling with questions about redemption, responsibility, and the true nature of heroism. Instead of the triumphant revelry that might have characterized a simpler victory, there was quiet satisfaction mixed with recognition of how much work remained to be done. Through their shared consciousness, they felt the gratitude of families reunited, the relief of communities that no longer lived in fear, and the hope of a wizarding world that was beginning to believe that the cycle of hatred and revenge could actually be broken. But they also felt the weight of responsibility for ensuring that their victory led to genuine transformation rather than simply the replacement of one form of oppression with another. The network's response to their victory was characteristically thoughtful and focused on long-term consequences rather than immediate gratification. Instead of seeking rewards or recognition for their role in ending the war, they began planning for the challenges that would define the post-conflict period. The rehabilitation of former Death Eaters who had not been connected to their network, the reconstruction of institutions that had been corrupted by years of Voldemort's influence, and the patient work of building a society that valued redemption over revenge. Through Harry's consciousness, they shared his growing understanding that winning the war had been only the first step in a much longer process of transformation that would require decades of sustained effort and unwavering commitment to principles that were often difficult to maintain when faced with the messy realities of political and social change. But they also shared his confidence that the work was not only possible but necessary, that the alternative to building a better world was accepting the inevitability of future conflicts that would cause even more suffering than the one they had just concluded. The network that had begun as a magical accident had evolved into something unprecedented in the history of human organization. A group of people bound together by freely chosen commitments to mutual support and shared values that transcended individual self-interest while respecting individual autonomy and moral agency. They had proven that redemption was possible even for those who had fallen furthest into darkness, that transformation could occur even under the most difficult circumstances, and that love, properly understood and wisely applied, was indeed the most powerful force in existence. Through their collective experience, they had discovered that true strength came not from the ability to compel others, but from the wisdom to inspire them. That genuine authority was based not on fear, but on trust, and that the measure of victory was not the elimination of enemies, but the transformation of enemies into allies. The war was over, but their work had just begun. The wizarding world that emerged from the conflict would be shaped by the choices they made in the coming years, the institutions they built, and the example they set for future generations about what became possible when people chose love over hatred, connection over isolation, and redemption over revenge. Through their network, they had learned that the most important battles were not fought with wands and curses, but with patience and compassion, that the most significant victories were achieved not through destruction, but through construction, and that the true test of heroism was not the willingness to die for one's principles, but the commitment to live for them every day, regardless of the personal cost. Voldemort was defeated, his ideology discredited, and his followers scattered. But the principles that the network represented would endure, carried forward by people who had discovered that the greatest magic of all was the transformation of hearts and minds that made genuine peace possible, rather than merely the absence of open conflict. The final command that flowed through their network was not an order, but an invitation to continue choosing compassion over cruelty, to keep working for a world where everyone could discover the best version of themselves, and to remember always that the true victory was not what they had destroyed, but what they had chosen to build in its place. Harry Potter, the boy who had never wanted power over anyone, had become the catalyst for a transformation that would reshape the wizarding world for generations to come. And the network of reformed Death Eaters who had chosen to follow him had proven that redemption was not just a beautiful dream, but a practical reality that could change everything when embraced by people who were willing to do the patient work of healing and growth that genuine transformation required. The war was over. The work of peace had just begun. The courtroom of the Wizengamot had never witnessed proceedings quite like those that unfolded in the months following Voldemort's defeat. Where once the ancient chamber had been the site of trials designed to punish wrongdoing and protect society from dangerous individuals, it now served as the venue for something unprecedented in magical jurisprudence: systematic hearings to determine how the wizarding world should handle the rehabilitation of former Death Eaters whose transformation had been achieved through magical means rather than traditional justice. Harry Potter sat in the witness chair for the 7th time in as many weeks, his hands resting calmly on the polished wood as he faced questions from Chief Warlock Kingsley Shacklebolt and the assembled members of the magical court. The experience had become routine, but the weight of what was being discussed never diminished. Every decision made in this chamber would shape the future of dozens of people whose lives had been fundamentally altered by their connection to his consciousness. The legal complexities were staggering. Traditional magical law had no precedent for dealing with criminals whose rehabilitation had been achieved through involuntary magical transformation rather than voluntary repentance and restitution. The reformed Death Eaters had undoubtedly committed terrible crimes during their service to Voldemort, but they had also undergone changes so fundamental that they could arguably be considered different people entirely from those who had originally chosen to embrace darkness. Through the network connection that remained active despite Voldemort's death, Harry could feel the anxiety and hope of 37 people whose futures hung in the balance of these proceedings. They had accepted responsibility for their past actions and were prepared to face whatever consequences the court deemed appropriate. But they also desperately wanted the opportunity to prove that their transformation was genuine and permanent. The testimony Harry provided was both comprehensive and deeply personal, drawing on months of shared consciousness to explain how the magical bonds had evolved from accidental compulsion into something resembling chosen family. He described the gradual process by which each Death Eater had discovered their capacity for compassion, their growing revulsion at the cruelty they had once embraced, and their commitment to using their knowledge and abilities in service of protecting rather than harming innocent people. But perhaps the most powerful evidence came from the reformed Death Eaters themselves, who testified with an honesty and self-awareness that impressed even the most skeptical members of the court. Bellatrix Lestrange, whose name had once been synonymous with sadistic cruelty, spoke with quiet dignity about her work to help other former dark wizards find alternatives to the paths that had led them into darkness. "I cannot undo the harm I caused during my years of service to the Dark Lord," she said, her voice carrying none of the manic energy that had once characterized her every word. "I cannot restore the minds I helped shatter or bring back the lives I helped destroy. But I can use my knowledge of darkness to help others find their way toward light. And I can dedicate whatever years remain to me to ensuring that the suffering I caused serves some constructive purpose." Through the network, Harry felt the complex emotions that her testimony triggered in the other reformed Death Eaters: pride at her courage in facing judgment with such honesty, sorrow for the pain that had shaped her into someone capable of such cruelty, and determination to follow her example by accepting responsibility for their own past actions while working to build a better future. The debate that followed among the Wizengamot members reflected the broader controversy that the network's existence had created within wizarding society. Some argued that magical rehabilitation, however effective, could not substitute for traditional justice, and that allowing the Death Eaters to escape punishment would set a dangerous precedent that undermined the rule of law. Others maintained that the transformation the network had achieved was so complete and demonstrably permanent that continued punishment would serve no constructive purpose and might actually prevent the reformed Death Eaters from making the positive contributions to society that their expertise and remorse made possible. But it was Hermione Granger's testimony as an expert witness on magical theory that proved most influential in shaping the court's eventual decision. Her analysis of the network's structure and effects, presented with the scholarly precision that had characterized her academic work since Hogwarts, demonstrated that the magical bonds were fundamentally different from any form of mental control or compulsion previously recorded in magical literature. The network operates through enhancement rather than replacement of individual moral capacity, she explained to the assembled court. Instead of imposing foreign values on unwilling minds, it appears to strengthen and support the natural human tendency toward empathy and compassion that exists within every person, but can be suppressed by trauma, ideology, or exposure to corrupting influences. Her testimony was supported by detailed magical analysis provided by several reformed Death Eaters who had extensive theoretical knowledge of the dark arts. Their willingness to share information that could have been used against them, combined with their obvious expertise in subjects that few people understood, created a compelling case that their transformation had enhanced rather than diminished their capacity for moral reasoning and ethical decision-making. The court's final decision, when it came after weeks of deliberation, was both pragmatic and precedent-setting. Instead of traditional punishment or complete exoneration, the Wizengamot created a new legal category: supervised rehabilitation with community service obligations that would allow the reformed Death Eaters to contribute positively to society while ensuring that their activities were monitored and their victims' interests were protected. The program they established was unprecedented in both its scope and its sophistication. Each reformed Death Eater was assigned to work with institutions and organizations that could benefit from their unique knowledge and skills, but under the oversight of people who understood both their past crimes and their current transformation. Rookwood was assigned to work with the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, using his expertise with dangerous magic to help prevent the kinds of disasters that had claimed so many lives during the war. McNair began working with magical creature rehabilitation programs, applying his knowledge to help heal the damage that years of exploitation and abuse had inflicted on some of the wizarding world's most vulnerable populations. But perhaps the most significant assignment was Bellatrix's placement with a new institution that had been created specifically to address the needs of people who had been affected by dark magic. The Center for Magical Trauma Recovery, where she would work with healers and counselors to help victims of torture and mental manipulation rebuild their lives and reclaim their sense of identity and agency. The irony of Voldemort's former lieutenant helping to heal people who had suffered the kinds of trauma she had once inflicted was not lost on anyone involved, but it was also profoundly appropriate. Her intimate knowledge of how dark magic affected human consciousness, combined with her personal experience of recovery and transformation, made her uniquely qualified to understand what victims needed to heal and how that healing could be facilitated. Through the network connection, Harry experienced Bellatrix's first day at the center as a mixture of terror and determination that was both heartbreaking and inspiring. She knew that many of the people she would be working with had suffered because of her past actions, knew that some might never be able to look at her without feeling fear and revulsion, but she also knew that her knowledge and experience could help prevent others from enduring the same kinds of suffering. Her initial meeting with the center's director, a soft-spoken witch whose own family had been murdered by Death Eaters during the First War, was one of the most emotionally charged encounters Harry had ever experienced through the network. The conversation that followed was a masterclass in the complex dynamics of forgiveness, responsibility, and the possibility of redemption, even in the face of seemingly unforgivable harm. "I cannot forget what your associates did to my family," the director said quietly, her voice steady despite the obvious pain that discussing the subject caused her. "I cannot pretend that your presence here does not stir up memories and emotions that I have spent years learning to manage. But I also cannot ignore the evidence that you have genuinely changed, or the possibility that your expertise could help us save others from experiencing what my family endured." Through Bellatrix's consciousness, Harry felt the woman's profound gratitude for being given the opportunity to prove that her transformation was genuine, her determination to earn the trust that was being placed in her, and her absolute commitment to ensuring that her knowledge of darkness would serve to create light rather than spread further shadow. But the legal and institutional responses to the network's existence were only part of the broader social transformation that followed Voldemort's defeat. The revelation that Death Eaters could be rehabilitated, rather than simply punished or eliminated, had profound implications for how the wizarding world understood questions of justice, redemption, and the possibility of change. Families who had lost loved ones to Death Eater violence found themselves grappling with complex questions about forgiveness and the meaning of justice. Some found comfort in the knowledge that the people responsible for their suffering had genuinely changed and were now working to prevent others from experiencing similar harm. Others struggled with anger and resentment that felt diminished but not eliminated by evidence of their enemy's transformation. The support groups that emerged to help people navigate these emotional complexities became some of the most important institutions in post-war wizarding society. Led by trained counselors and staffed by volunteers who included both victims of Death Eater violence and reformed Death Eaters themselves, these groups provided safe spaces for people to explore their feelings about forgiveness, justice, and the possibility of healing relationships that had been damaged by conflict and trauma. Through the network, Harry experienced many of these encounters between former enemies who were attempting to build new relationships based on mutual understanding rather than historical grievances. The conversations were often difficult and sometimes painful, but they were also profoundly moving demonstrations of human resilience and the capacity for growth, even in the face of the deepest wounds. One encounter that particularly affected the entire network was a meeting between Neville Longbottom and Bellatrix Lestrange, arranged through the Trauma Recovery Center where she was working. The conversation between the young man whose parents had been tortured into insanity and the woman who had wielded the wand that destroyed their minds was one of the most emotionally challenging events any of them had ever witnessed. But what emerged from their dialogue was not the confrontation that many had expected, but something far more complex and ultimately hopeful, a shared commitment to ensuring that the kind of magical torture that had destroyed the Longbottoms' minds would never again be inflicted on innocent people, and a recognition that both victim and perpetrator had been shaped by forces larger than their individual choices. "I cannot give you back your parents' sanity," Bellatrix said, her voice heavy with genuine remorse. "I cannot undo the damage that my actions caused to your family and your life. But I can promise you that every day I spend working to heal others will be dedicated to the memory of what I destroyed, and to the hope that some good can come from the knowledge I gained through causing so much harm." Neville's response, when it came, demonstrated the kind of moral maturity that the war had forced on an entire generation of young people who had been required to confront questions that should have taken decades of life experience to fully understand. "I cannot forgive you for what you did to my parents," he said quietly. "I am not sure that forgiveness is possible or even appropriate in cases like this. But I can work with you to prevent others from suffering the same kind of harm. And I can hope that your transformation is genuine enough to make that collaboration meaningful rather than merely symbolic." Through the network, every reformed Death Eater felt the profound impact of that exchange, the way it demonstrated that reconciliation was possible even in the absence of complete forgiveness, and that healing could occur even when the deepest wounds could never be entirely closed. But perhaps the most significant long-term consequence of the network's existence was the way it changed how the wizarding world approached the rehabilitation of criminals and the prevention of future conflicts. The success of the reformed Death Eaters in transitioning from instruments of terror to agents of healing created support for rehabilitation programs that emphasized transformation over punishment and addressed the root causes of criminal behavior rather than simply responding to its symptoms. The Magical Rehabilitation Institute that was established 5 years after Voldemort's defeat became a model for progressive criminal justice that was studied and emulated throughout the magical world. Its programs combined magical intervention with psychological counseling, community service with victim offender mediation, and individual transformation with systemic changes designed to address the social conditions that made people vulnerable to recruitment by dark wizards. Harry's role in these developments was both central and carefully limited. The network's success had made him one of the most respected figures in post-war wizarding society, but he was careful to avoid using that influence to impose his will on others or to assume authority that had not been freely granted to him by people who understood what they were agreeing to support. Instead, he focused his efforts on the work that only he could do, maintaining the network connections that allowed 37 reformed Death Eaters to continue supporting each other's growth while contributing their unique knowledge and skills to the broader project of building a more just and compassionate society. The network itself had evolved significantly in the years following the war. What had begun as magical compulsion had transformed into something resembling an extended family, with bonds of mutual care and shared responsibility that were maintained through choice rather than magical coercion. But the connections remained strong enough to allow for the kind of coordination and mutual support that made their collective efforts far more effective than any individual contributions could have been. Through their shared consciousness, they had created something unprecedented in human history. A group of people who could work together with perfect understanding and coordination while maintaining their individual autonomy and moral agency. Their projects ranged from magical research that advanced understanding of rehabilitation and trauma recovery to direct service work that provided practical help to people who were struggling with the aftermath of conflict and oppression. But their most important contribution was simply the example they provided of what became possible when people chose transformation over stagnation, growth over comfort, and service to others over self-interest. Their existence proved that redemption was not just a beautiful ideal, but a practical reality that could be achieved even by those who had fallen furthest into darkness. The children who grew up in the post-war wizarding world learned about the network as part of their regular education, studying its history and significance as an example of how magical power could be used to heal rather than harm, and how conflicts could be resolved through transformation rather than elimination of opposition. Many of these children, including Harry's own sons James and Albus, would grow up to continue the work that the network had begun, creating institutions and practices that supported human flourishing rather than simply preventing human suffering, that emphasized restoration over retribution, and that recognized the fundamental dignity and potential for growth that existed within every conscious being. The network's legacy was not just the rehabilitation of 37 people who had once served evil, but the transformation of an entire society's understanding of justice, redemption, and the possibility of change. They had demonstrated that love, properly understood and wisely applied, was indeed the most powerful force in existence, capable of overcoming any obstacle and transforming any heart that was willing to be opened to its influence. Harry's own children would never know a world where former enemies were automatically condemned to permanent exile or elimination, where mistakes and even crimes were considered permanent marks of irredeemable shame, or where the response to wrongdoing was limited to punishment rather than including opportunities for genuine transformation and positive contribution to society. They would grow up in a world where the reformed Death Eaters were respected members of their communities, where Bellatrix Lestrange was known primarily as a healer who had helped countless people recover from trauma, where Lucius Malfoy was remembered as someone who had used his wealth and influence to support programs that protected vulnerable populations from exploitation and abuse. But they would also understand that this transformation had not come easily or automatically, that it had required enormous courage from people who had chosen to face the consequences of their past actions while working to build better futures, and that it had been made possible only through the kind of magical accident that could never be replicated or relied upon as a solution to future conflicts. The network had taught them that true security came not from the elimination of threats, but from the creation of conditions where people were less likely to choose destructive paths, that genuine peace required not just the absence of violence, but the presence of justice and opportunity for all members of society, and that the highest form of magical power was the ability to transform enemies into allies through patient demonstration of better possibilities. As Harry sat in his office at the Ministry of Magic, where he worked as head of the Department for Magical Rehabilitation, he could feel through the network connection the satisfaction and continued growth of people who had found meaning in service to something greater than themselves. They had learned that true strength came from connection rather than domination, that real authority was based on trust rather than fear, and that the measure of a life well lived was not what you had achieved for yourself, but what you had made possible for others. The reformed Death Eaters had become living examples of the transformative power of love, but they had also learned that love without wisdom could be dangerous, that compassion without boundaries could enable rather than heal, and that the work of redemption required constant vigilance against the forces that had once corrupted them and could potentially do so again. Through their network, they continued to support each other's growth, while contributing to the broader project of building a world where the mistakes and tragedies that had defined their own lives would be less likely to occur in future generations. They had found peace not in forgetting their past, but in ensuring that their knowledge of darkness served to create and protect light. 19 years after the Battle of Hogwarts, as Harry watched his younger son board the Hogwarts Express for his first year at school, he reflected on how much the world had changed since that desperate night when he had walked into the Forbidden Forest, prepared to die for the protection of people he might never meet. Through the network connection, he felt the presence of 37 people who had become his chosen family, who shared his commitment to protecting the innocent and nurturing the potential for good that existed within every human heart. They had learned together that the greatest magic of all was the transformation of consciousness that made genuine peace possible, and they had dedicated their lives to ensuring that future generations would inherit a world where such transformation was supported rather than suppressed. The network that had begun as a magical accident had evolved into something that would endure long after all of them were gone. A living example of how love could triumph over hatred, how redemption was possible even in the darkest circumstances, and how the willingness to choose growth over comfort could transform not just individual lives, but entire societies. As the train disappeared around the curve, carrying his son toward whatever adventures and challenges awaited him at Hogwarts, Harry felt through the network the collective gratitude of people who had been given the chance to become better than they had ever imagined possible. They had learned that true heroism was not about dramatic gestures or spectacular victories, but about the quiet, persistent work of choosing compassion over cruelty, connection over isolation, and hope over despair in the countless small moments that ultimately determined the direction of human history. The war was long over, but their work continued, would always continue, because the choice between love and hatred, between redemption and revenge, between transformation and stagnation, was one that every generation would have to make for itself. And through their example, through the institutions they had built and the principles they had demonstrated, they had made it more likely that future generations would choose wisely. All was well, and would continue to be well, as long as there were people willing to do the patient work of healing and growth that made genuine peace possible. Through the network that connected them, 37 reformed Death Eaters, and the boy who had accidentally become their leader, continued that work, day by day, choice by choice, heart by heart, building a world where love could flourish and every person could discover the best version of themselves. Thank you for joining us on this incredible journey of transformation and redemption. What did you think of Harry's unique path to ending the war through compassion rather than conquest? Share your thoughts in the comments below about this story of how accidental power became the foundation for genuine healing and lasting change. The ancient walls of number 12, Grimmauld Place, seemed to press in on Harry Potter as he sat hunched in the corner of Sirius's bedroom, his knees drawn up to his chest and his arms wrapped around his shins. 3 days had passed since the battle in the Department of Mysteries, 3 days since he had accidentally hijacked Voldemort's Death Eater network, and he still couldn't escape the constant murmur of voices in his head. Where are you from, dear viewer? I'd love to know where in the world you're experiencing this story. Please comment below and let me know your location as you listen to Harry's struggle with this unprecedented, magical burden. The physical wounds from their fight had healed quickly enough under Madame Pomfrey's expert care, but the psychological damage ran far deeper than any curse could reach. Every few minutes, Harry would be overwhelmed by a surge of emotion that wasn't his own. Fear from a Death Eater hiding in Wales, confusion from another trying to understand why his loyalty had shifted so completely, rage from a third who was fighting against bonds he couldn't break. But worst of all was the grief. Sirius was gone, fallen through that cursed veil in the Department of Mysteries, and Harry's connection to the Death Eater network meant he could feel their collective satisfaction at his loss. Some of them remembered dueling with his godfather over the years. Others simply took pleasure in any pain inflicted on the boy who lived. Their emotions mixed with his own mourning until he couldn't tell where their cruel joy ended and his devastation began. A soft knock on the door interrupted his brooding. Harry didn't bother to look up as Ron Weasley entered, his freckled face creased with worry that had become a permanent fixture over the past few days. His best friend had been hovering constantly, clearly uncertain how to help with a problem that had no precedent in magical history. "How are you feeling, mate?" Ron asked, settling down on the dusty floor beside Harry's chair. The question had become routine, though they both knew there was no good answer. "Like I'm losing my mind," Harry replied honestly. The voices had quieted somewhat since that first overwhelming rush, but they never fully disappeared. Right now he could sense at least 24 Death Eaters scattered across Britain, each one a separate thread of consciousness touching his own. Some were sleeping, their minds mercifully silent. Others were awake and active, their thoughts and emotions bleeding through the connection in ways that made Harry feel like he was drowning in other people's lives. Through one Death Eater's eyes, he could see a shabby flat in Birmingham, where the man was trying to understand why his dark mark no longer burned when he pressed it. Through another, he experienced the terror of a witch hiding in Scotland, convinced that her new connection to Harry Potter meant she would be discovered and arrested at any moment. A third was actually travelling toward London, drawn by compulsions he couldn't resist, desperate to find the source of his altered loyalty. The door opened again to admit Hermione Granger, her arms loaded with what appeared to be half the contents of the Black family library. She had thrown herself into research with the single-minded determination that characterized all her academic pursuits, but Harry could see the strain in her brown eyes. Even Hermione's formidable intellect was struggling with magical theory that had no foundation in established precedent. "I've found something," she announced without preamble, dropping the heavy books onto Sirius's desk with a thud that made dust motes dance in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the grimy windows. "It's not much, but it might explain what happened to you." Harry looked up for the first time in hours, hope and dread warring in his chest. Any explanation was better than the terrifying uncertainty he had been living with, but he wasn't sure he was ready to hear confirmation of his worst fears about what he had become. Hermione opened the largest of the books, its ancient binding cracking as she turned to a page marked with several scraps of parchment. The text was written in Latin, but she had clearly been working on translations during her research marathon. "This is from a treatise on blood magic written in the 14th century, she began, her voice taking on the lecturing tone that usually meant she had discovered something significant. "It discusses the theoretical possibility of magical bonds transferring between individuals under very specific circumstances." She traced her finger along a paragraph dense with arcane terminology, occasionally pausing to reference her notes. "According to this, magical bonds like the Dark Mark are anchored to the creator's magical signature and life force. Under normal circumstances, they can only be severed by the death of either the master or the servant. But there's a mention here of something called parasitic transference." Harry felt his stomach clench with dread. The clinical terms made it sound like a disease, something that had infected him and was spreading through the Death Eater network like a magical plague. What does that mean, exactly? Hermione's expression grew troubled as she continued reading. "It means that under extraordinary circumstances, someone with a strong enough magical signature and the right type of connection can essentially hijack existing bonds. The original magic recognizes the new person as a more suitable anchor point and transfers loyalty accordingly." She looked up from the book to meet Harry's eyes directly, her face grave with the implications of what she had discovered. "Harry, I think your connection to Voldemort through the Horcrux fragment, combined with direct physical contact with an active dark mark, created exactly the right conditions for this to happen. The magic that binds Death Eaters to their master couldn't tell the difference between you and him at the moment of contact." Ron whistled low under his breath, a sound that managed to convey both amazement and horror. "So you're saying Harry accidentally convinced the Death Eater network that he was their new boss? That's either the most brilliant accident in magical history or the most dangerous." "The most dangerous," Harry said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. Through the network, he could sense the Death Eaters' continued confusion and fear as they struggled with loyalty bonds they couldn't understand or control. Some were trying to fight the compulsions, but the magic was too strong. Others seemed almost relieved, as if some terrible weight had been lifted from their shoulders. But the worst part was the knowledge that he could influence them. Over the past 3 days, Harry had discovered that strong emotions or urgent needs seemed to transmit through the network. When he had desperately wanted to know if any Death Eaters were planning attacks on his friends, several of them had found themselves compelled to avoid Order members entirely. When his grief over Sirius had reached overwhelming proportions, he had sensed answering misery from Death Eaters who suddenly found themselves mourning losses they had never cared about before. The power was seductive and terrifying in equal measure. With a focused thought, he could potentially command dozens of dark wizards to do his bidding. He could turn Voldemort's own army against him, could end the war with a single mental command. The temptation was always there, whispering in the back of his mind, offering easy solutions to impossible problems. Hermione was still reading from the ancient text, her voice growing more concerned with each translated passage. "There's something else, Harry. According to this, parasitic transference isn't stable. The transferred bonds will either solidify over time, making the new connection permanent, or they'll collapse entirely, potentially killing both the Master and all connected servants." The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He had been so focused on the moral implications of commanding Death Eaters that he hadn't considered the possibility that the connection might be inherently unstable. The thought of being responsible for dozens of deaths, even the deaths of dark wizards, made him feel sick. "How long do we have?" he asked, though part of him wasn't sure he wanted to know the answer. "The text isn't specific," Hermione admitted, frustration creeping into her voice. "It mentions a period of flux that could last anywhere from weeks to years. The only way to ensure stability is for the new Master to actively embrace and reinforce the bonds, but that would make them permanent and irreversible. So Harry's choices were to become a Dark Lord in truth, accepting permanent command over Voldemort's former followers, or risk killing them all when the unstable connection eventually collapsed. Neither option seemed remotely acceptable, but the magical forces involved might not give him any other alternatives. The sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs interrupted their discussion. Remus Lupin appeared in the doorway, his prematurely grey hair dishevelled and his amber eyes shadowed with exhaustion. The werewolf had been working tirelessly with the Order to understand the implications of Harry's new situation, but progress had been frustratingly slow. "Harry," he said gently, "Professor Dumbledore is here. He'd like to speak with you about what happened." Harry's first instinct was relief. If anyone could help him navigate this impossible situation, it would be Albus Dumbledore. The headmaster's knowledge of magical theory was legendary, and his experience with dark magic was unparalleled. But as Harry made his way downstairs to the library where Dumbledore was waiting, he couldn't shake the feeling that even the great wizard's wisdom might not be enough to solve this particular problem. Dumbledore was standing by the window when Harry entered, his tall frame silhouetted against the grimy glass. The headmaster's usually vibrant blue eyes were dulled with exhaustion, and Harry could see new lines of strain around them. The events of the past few days had clearly taken their toll on the older wizard as well. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said, turning to face him with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. "Please, sit. We have much to discuss." Harry settled into one of the library's worn leather chairs, acutely aware of the voices still murmuring in the back of his mind. Through the network, he could sense that several Death Eaters were experiencing heightened anxiety, as if they could somehow detect that their new master was about to make decisions that would affect them all. "I must confess, Harry, that your current situation has challenged even my understanding of magical theory," Dumbledore began, his voice carrying the weight of admission that didn't come easily to him. "In all my years of study, I have never encountered anything quite like what has happened to you." The words sent a chill through Harry's chest. If Dumbledore, with all his knowledge and experience, was baffled by the situation, what hope did any of them have of finding a solution? However, Dumbledore continued, I have been consulting with colleagues and reviewing texts that have not seen the light of day for centuries. What Miss Granger has discovered about parasitic transference appears to be accurate, though incomplete. The ancient magics involved in the Dark Mark are among the most complex and dangerous forms of binding ever devised. Harry leaned forward in his chair, desperate for any information that might help him understand what he was facing. What does that mean for the Death Eaters? For me? Can the connection be severed safely? Dumbledore's expression grew grave as he considered his response. The honest answer, Harry, is that I do not know. The magical forces you have inadvertently tapped into are older than recorded history, operating on principles that predate our modern understanding of how magic works. What I can tell you is that the connection appears to be growing stronger rather than weaker. As if summoned by Dumbledore's words, Harry suddenly felt a surge of panic from somewhere in Yorkshire. One of the Death Eaters had just realized he was being watched by auras and was desperate to avoid capture. Without conscious thought, Harry found himself wanting the man to escape, to find safety somewhere far from the authorities who might connect him to recent attacks. The compulsion traveled through the network with the speed of thought. Harry felt the Death Eater's sudden certainty that he needed to head north towards Scotland, away from the auras who were closing in on his location. The man disapparated immediately, appearing moments later in a remote glen where he would be safe from pursuit. Harry gasped as he realized what he had just done. The concern for the Death Eater's safety had been instinctive, automatic, but the result had been a direct command that the man couldn't resist. He had just helped a dark wizard escape justice, and the ease with which it had happened terrified him. Dumbledore was watching him with keen interest, clearly having detected some sign of what had just occurred. "What did you experience just now, Harry?" One of them was in danger," Harry admitted reluctantly. "Auras were closing in, and I didn't want him to be captured. The compulsion just happened. He's safe now, somewhere in Scotland." The headmaster nodded slowly, his blue eyes reflecting deep concern. "This is precisely what I feared. The connection is not merely growing stronger, Harry. It is becoming more integrated with your own instincts and emotions. The longer it persists, the more difficult it will become to distinguish between your desires and the commands you send through the network." The implications of Dumbledore's words settled over Harry like a suffocating blanket. If the headmaster was right, then Harry was not just connected to the Death Eaters, he was slowly becoming their master in truth. His compassion for their fear, his instinctive desire to protect them from harm, was transforming him into exactly the kind of leader that dark wizards would follow willingly. "But there's something else you must understand, Harry," Dumbledore continued, his voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more weight than any shout. "The Death Eaters themselves are changing as well. Your influence is not limited to issuing commands. Your emotions, your moral compass, your very nature is bleeding through the connection and affecting their thoughts and behaviors." Harry stared at the headmaster in shock. "Are you saying I'm making them better?" "In some cases, yes," Dumbledore replied with something that might have been pride if the circumstances had been different. "Several Order members have reported that recent Death Eater attacks have been strangely restrained. Property damage without casualties, intimidation tactics instead of torture. Even their recruitment efforts seem to have stalled completely." Through the network, Harry could sense the truth of Dumbledore's words. The Death Eater in Scotland wasn't just hiding from auras, he was questioning why he had ever joined Voldemort's cause in the first place. Another, somewhere near Manchester, was struggling with guilt over past actions that had never bothered him before. A third had actually considered turning himself into the ministry, driven by remorse that seemed to come from nowhere. Harry's influence wasn't just commanding their actions, it was changing their fundamental nature. His compassion, his unwillingness to cause unnecessary harm, his deep belief in the value of human life, all of these qualities were seeping through the network and affecting minds that had been twisted by years of exposure to Voldemort's cruelty. "But this presents us with an unprecedented moral dilemma," Dumbledore said, rising from his chair to pace in front of the window. "On one hand, your influence appears to be having a genuinely positive effect on some of the wizarding world's most dangerous individuals. On the other hand, the power you wield over them is absolute and involuntary. They have no choice but to be affected by your nature, just as they had no choice in their original binding to Tom Riddle." Harry felt the weight of the dilemma settling on his shoulders like a lead cloak. Was it right to use his accidental power to make Death Eaters into better people, even if they couldn't consent to the change? Was magical rehabilitation acceptable if it came through complete subjugation of free will? These were questions that had no easy answers, moral complexities that would challenge even the wisest philosophers. The conversation was interrupted by a commotion from downstairs. Raised voices, hurried footsteps, and the sound of someone arguing with Mrs. Black's portrait suggested that unexpected visitors had arrived at Grimmauld Place. Harry felt his stomach clench with dread as he realized that at least 3 of the voices in his head had gone silent, their Death Eater owners having just entered the house. Dumbledore was on his feet immediately, his wand appearing in his hand with the fluid grace of someone who had spent decades prepared for danger. "Harry, stay close to me. It appears we are about to have an encounter that will test the true nature of your new circumstances." They made their way downstairs carefully, following the sound of heated discussion coming from the kitchen. When they entered, Harry was stunned to see 3 Death Eaters standing awkwardly near the door, their masks removed and their hands raised in gestures of surrender. Mrs. Weasley was backing away from them with her wand drawn, while several Order members had them surrounded. But what struck Harry most was the expression on their faces. Instead of the cold arrogance or manic cruelty he associated with Death Eaters, they looked lost, confused, almost desperate. Their dark marks were visible on their exposed forearms, but the tattoos seemed somehow faded, less distinct than they should have been. One of them, a wizard Harry recognized as Jugson from his wanted posters, stepped forward with obvious reluctance. We need to speak with Potter," he said, his voice carrying none of the commanding presence Harry expected from one of Voldemort's followers. "Something has happened to us. Something we don't understand." The other 2 nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting the same mixture of confusion and desperate hope. Through the network, Harry could feel their emotions as clearly as if they were his own. Fear, yes, but also something that might have been relief. They had come here not to attack or capture, but to seek answers to questions they didn't know how to ask. Harry stepped forward despite Dumbledore's restraining hand on his shoulder. The moment the Death Eaters saw him, their expressions changed. Recognition flickered in their eyes, followed by something that looked almost like worship. They knew, somehow, that he was the source of their altered circumstances. "We can't serve him anymore," the second Death Eater said, his voice breaking with emotion. "The Dark Lord calls, but we can't answer. We try to obey, but something holds us back. We feel different, wrong, like we're betraying everything we've ever believed, but we don't know why." Harry felt a wave of compassion wash over him as he looked at these broken men. They had chosen to follow Voldemort, had committed terrible acts in his name, but they were still human beings struggling with forces beyond their understanding. Through the network, he could sense their genuine confusion and fear, their desperate need for someone to explain what was happening to them. But he could also feel their potential for change. The influence of his nature was working on them, slowly eroding the hatred and cruelty that had defined their lives for so long. Given time and guidance, they might actually become the kind of people who could contribute positively to the wizarding world. The question was whether Harry had the right to make that choice for them, and whether he could live with the consequences either way. As he stood there, faced with 3 Death Eaters who had voluntarily surrendered themselves to the Order of the Phoenix, Harry realized that his accidental acquisition of power was going to force him to make decisions that would define not just his own future, but the futures of dozens of people who had never asked for his intervention in their lives. The voices in his head whispered of other Death Eaters experiencing similar conflicts, other followers of Voldemort who were questioning everything they had once believed. The network was spreading his influence like ripples on a pond, and Harry had no idea where the waves would eventually reach or what they would change along the way. All he knew for certain was that there was no going back. The power was his now, whether he wanted it or not, and the only question that remained was how he would choose to use it. The summer heat pressed against the windows of No. 4 Privet Drive with an oppressive weight that seemed to mirror the constant pressure building in Harry Potter's skull. 2 weeks had passed since he had returned to his relative's home, 2 weeks of pretending that everything was normal, while dozens of voices whispered in the back of his mind like a radio that could never quite be tuned to silence. Harry lay on his narrow bed, staring at the ceiling and trying to separate his own thoughts from the constant stream of consciousness that flowed through the Death Eater network. The connection had grown stronger since those first chaotic days at Grimmauld Place, more integrated into his daily existence, and infinitely more dangerous in ways he was only beginning to understand. Through the network, he could sense Lucius Malfoy somewhere in Wiltshire, preparing for what should have been a routine raid on a Muggle family suspected of harboring their squib daughter. The plan was simple and brutal, exactly the kind of terror operation that Death Eaters excelled at. Intimidate the family, destroy their home, and make it clear that there was no sanctuary for those who defied the natural order of wizard superiority. But as Harry felt Malfoy's anticipation of violence, something twisted in his chest. The thought of innocent people being hurt, of a child being terrorized for the crime of being born without magic, sent waves of protective fury through his consciousness. He tried to push the feelings down, tried to ignore the network connection and focus on his own problems, but the emotions were too strong to contain. The command went out before Harry could stop it, traveling through the magical bonds with the speed of thought. Protect them. All of them. No one gets hurt tonight. Through Malfoy's eyes, Harry experienced the confusion that followed. The elder Malfoy found himself hesitating outside the Muggle home, his wand raised, but his resolve wavering for reasons he couldn't explain. When Crabbe and Goyle moved to force the door, Malfoy found himself ordering them to stop, claiming he had detected aura presence that wasn't actually there. The raid was abandoned, the family left unharmed, and 3 Death Eaters returned to their homes with a growing sense that something fundamental had changed in their world. Harry pressed his face into his pillow, trying to muffle the groan of frustration that escaped his lips. Every time he thought he had gained some measure of control over the network, his emotions would spike and commands would flow out without his conscious permission. He was protecting innocent people, yes, but he was also controlling the minds of others in ways that made him feel sick with self-disgust. The worst part was that he couldn't tell anyone about it. The Dursleys remained blissfully ignorant of the magical crisis unfolding in their spare bedroom, and his friends' letters had grown increasingly concerned as Harry failed to provide details about his summer. How could he possibly explain that he was accidentally commanding Death Eaters to abandon their missions? How could he admit that he was slowly becoming the very thing he had spent his life fighting against? A sharp spike of terror from somewhere in Scotland interrupted his brooding. Through the network, Harry felt one of the newer Death Eaters, a wizard named Yaxley, being subjected to Voldemort's increasingly paranoid interrogations. The Dark Lord had noticed the pattern of failed missions and abandoned raids, and he was methodically working through his followers to identify the source of their sudden incompetence. Harry experienced Yaxley's agony as the Cruciatus curse tore through his nervous system, felt the man's desperate confusion as he tried to explain why he had found himself unable to harm the Muggle family he had been ordered to attack. The torture continued for what felt like hours, Voldemort's fury growing with each inadequate answer, each admission of inexplicable mercy that had never existed before. When Yaxley finally collapsed, broken and barely conscious, Harry felt the Death Eater's absolute certainty that he was going to die. Voldemort's patience with weakness had reached its end, and the killing curse was already forming on the Dark Lord's lips when something unprecedented happened. Harry's horror at witnessing the torture, his desperate desire to protect even this dark wizard from undeserved death, combined with his guilt over being the cause of Yaxley's suffering. The emotional storm that resulted sent a command through the network so powerful that every Death Eater in Britain felt it simultaneously. Remember your families. Remember why you fight. Remember that there are things more important than fear. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Yaxley, instead of cowering before his master's wrath, suddenly straightened and looked Voldemort directly in the eyes. The other Death Eaters present shifted uncomfortably, several of them unconsciously moving to positions where they could better defend the condemned wizard if necessary. Through multiple perspectives, Harry watched Voldemort's red eyes widen with surprise and growing rage as he realized that his complete psychological dominance over his followers had somehow been compromised. The Dark Lord's fury was terrible to witness, but it was also tinged with something Harry had never sensed from him before: uncertainty. The killing curse never came. Instead, Voldemort dismissed his followers with a snarl of frustration that carried undertones of genuine fear. Whatever was interfering with his control needed to be identified and eliminated. But first, he needed to understand the scope of the problem. Harry rolled over and buried his face in his hands as the network connection brought him waves of emotion from dozens of Death Eaters simultaneously. Relief from those who had witnessed Yaxley's salvation, confusion from others who couldn't understand their own behavior. And underneath it all, a growing sense of something that might have been hope. The revelation that hit him then was both obvious and terrifying. He wasn't just accidentally commanding Death Eaters to avoid violence. He was fundamentally changing their nature, replacing Voldemort's doctrine of fear and hatred with his own instinctive values of protection and compassion. The network was turning the Dark Lord's most loyal followers into people who cared about innocent lives, who questioned orders that would cause unnecessary suffering, who remembered that they had once been human beings with families and consciences. But if that was true, then what did it make him? A liberator, freeing minds from tyranny, or a different kind of tyrant imposing his will through magical compulsion? The ethical implications made his head spin with their complexity. A soft tapping at his window interrupted his spiral of self-recrimination. Hedwig perched on the sill with a letter tied to her leg, her amber eyes reflecting concern as she studied her human's obvious distress. Harry opened the window and accepted the letter gratefully, hoping for some connection to the normal world of teenage concerns and summer homework. The letter was from Hermione, and her carefully controlled handwriting couldn't quite hide the urgency of her message. "Harry, we need to talk as soon as possible. I've been researching the connection constantly, and I've discovered something that changes everything. The network isn't just linking you to the Death Eaters. It's creating a feedback loop that's affecting your magical core in ways that could be permanent. Please write back immediately, and let me know if you've experienced any unusual magical incidents this summer. The implications of what I've found are more serious than any of us realized." Harry stared at the letter with growing dread. Unusual magical incidents seemed to be the story of his entire summer. Beyond the accidental commands flowing through the Death Eater network, he had noticed other changes in his magic. Spells seemed more powerful than they should be, requiring less concentration and producing results that exceeded his intentions. The protective charms around Privet Drive, designed to last until his 17th birthday, had somehow been strengthened and extended to cover several neighboring houses. But more troubling than the increased power was the way magic itself seemed to respond to his emotions now. When frustration peaked, light bulbs would explode throughout the house. When grief over Sirius overwhelmed him, the temperature would drop by several degrees, and frost would form on the windows despite the summer heat. His accidental magic, which should have been firmly under control at his age, had returned with a vengeance, and seemed to be growing stronger every day. A new spike of activity through the network interrupted his examination of Hermione's letter. This time, it was coming from multiple sources simultaneously. Death Eaters scattered across the country, all receiving the same summons from their increasingly paranoid master. Voldemort was calling a general assembly, demanding that every follower present themselves for what Harry sensed would be a comprehensive loyalty test. Through their eyes, Harry watched as dozens of dark wizards made their way to a grand manor house he didn't recognize. The building was old and imposing, with architecture that spoke of centuries of wealth and privilege corrupted by generations of dark magic. As each Death Eater arrived, they were subjected to immediate legilimency probes, Voldemort attempting to identify the source of their recent behavioral changes. But the Dark Lord's mental invasions revealed nothing useful. The network connection was too deeply integrated into each Death Eater's consciousness to be easily detected, and Harry's influence had become so natural to them that they genuinely couldn't understand why their actions had changed. They remembered choosing mercy over cruelty, remembered questioning orders that would cause unnecessary suffering, but they couldn't explain why those choices had felt so right at the time. Harry found himself experiencing the assembly from dozens of perspectives simultaneously, a kaleidoscope of fear and confusion that threatened to overwhelm his individual consciousness. He could feel Voldemort's growing rage as probe after probe revealed nothing, could sense the Dark Lord's frustration as his most advanced dark magic failed to identify the source of interference in his carefully constructed network of control. It was then that disaster struck. During a particularly intense interrogation of McNair, Harry's horror at the Death Eater's pain combined with his guilt over being the cause of the man's suffering. The emotional reaction was so strong that it sent a command through the network without any conscious direction from Harry's mind. Stop hurting him. Stop hurting all of them. They don't deserve this pain. The effect in the manor house was immediate and unmistakable. Every Death Eater present suddenly straightened, their expressions shifting from cowering terror to something approaching defiance. Several of them actually stepped forward, moving to positions where they could defend McNair if the interrogation continued. Voldemort's reaction was swift and terrible. The Dark Lord's red eyes blazed with fury as he realized that someone was actively interfering with his control over his followers. His wand was in his hand instantly, the killing curse already forming on his lips as he prepared to eliminate what he clearly viewed as a rebellion in the making. But then something unprecedented happened. Instead of cowering before their master's wrath, the Death Eaters began to resist. Not openly, not with drawn wands and defiant proclamations, but with a quiet solidarity that was far more dangerous to Voldemort's absolute authority. They moved closer together, forming a protective circle around McNair and the others who had been subjected to interrogation. Their wands remained lowered, but their body language spoke of people who were no longer willing to watch their companions be tortured without cause. The fear that had defined their relationship with Voldemort was still there, but it was tempered now by something that looked suspiciously like courage. Through the network, Harry felt the Dark Lord's shock and growing panic as he realized the scope of the problem. This wasn't simple insubordination or a localized rebellion. This was a fundamental shift in the loyalty and behavior of his entire inner circle, a change that seemed to come from within rather than from any external influence he could identify. The standoff stretched for long moments, master and servants locked in a battle of wills that would determine the future of the Death Eater organization. Harry held his breath, watching through multiple pairs of eyes as Voldemort weighed his options. He could kill them all, but that would leave him without followers. He could torture them until their resistance broke. But something told him that the change in their nature ran deeper than surface defiance. Finally, with visible effort, Voldemort lowered his wand and dismissed his followers with a snarl of barely controlled rage. But his parting words carried a promise of consequences that made Harry's blood run cold. "Find the source of this interference," the Dark Lord commanded, his voice carrying the sibilant tones that marked his inhuman nature. Someone is manipulating my followers, turning them against their natural instincts. When you discover who is responsible, bring them to me alive. I have special plans for anyone bold enough to challenge my authority." As the Death Eaters disapparated from the manor house, Harry felt the full weight of what he had just witnessed settling on his shoulders like a lead cloak. His accidental commands had not just protected individual Death Eaters from their master's wrath. They had fundamentally altered the power dynamic between Voldemort and his followers, introducing elements of compassion and solidarity into a relationship that had been built entirely on fear and absolute submission. But the victory, if it could be called that, came with a price that made Harry's stomach churn with dread. Voldemort now knew that someone was interfering with his Death Eaters, and he would not rest until he had identified and eliminated the threat. Harry's accidental acquisition of power had made him a target of the Dark Lord's focused attention, and he had no idea how to defend himself against an enemy who was actively hunting for him. The network connection brought him echoes of the Death Eaters' confusion and fear as they returned to their homes, struggling to understand why they had risked everything to protect their companions from their master's wrath. Some were trying to fight against the changes in their nature, desperate to return to the simplicity of unquestioning obedience. Others seemed almost relieved, as if some essential part of their humanity had been restored after years of suppression. But all of them were afraid, and their fear bled through the connection into Harry's consciousness like poison. They could sense that their world was changing in ways they didn't understand, that the comfortable certainties of their dark existence were being challenged by forces beyond their comprehension. Harry pushed himself up from his bed and moved to the window, staring out at the perfectly normal suburban street that had no idea it was harboring someone who had accidentally become one of the most dangerous wizards in Britain. The irony wasn't lost on him, that he was hiding among muggles while wielding power over the very people who considered non-magical humans to be inferior beings worthy only of subjugation or death. Through the network, he could sense several Death Eaters making their way toward Surrey, drawn by compulsions they couldn't resist. They didn't know where he was exactly, but something was pulling them in his direction, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. It wouldn't be long before they narrowed down his location, and then the careful protections that had kept him safe at Privet Drive would become meaningless. The thought of Death Eaters descending on his relative's quiet neighborhood filled Harry with terror, not just for his own safety, but for the innocent families who would be caught in the crossfire. The Dursleys might be terrible guardians, but they didn't deserve to die because of magical conflicts they couldn't understand. Neither did their neighbors, the postman, or anyone else who happened to be in the wrong place when Voldemort's followers came looking for their missing master. But even as Harry contemplated the danger he had brought to Privet Drive, he couldn't bring himself to regret the changes he had accidentally wrought in the Death Eater network. For the first time since Voldemort's return, his followers were questioning their orders, showing mercy to their victims, and remembering that they had once been human beings capable of compassion and moral choice. The transformation wasn't complete, and Harry had no idea if it would be permanent, but it represented hope in a war that had seemed increasingly hopeless. If Death Eaters could be changed, if their capacity for evil could be countered by awakened conscience and empathy, then perhaps there was a path to ending the conflict that didn't require the complete destruction of everyone on the opposing side. But that hope came with a price that grew heavier with each passing hour. Harry's power over the network was absolute and involuntary, imposing his will on minds that had no choice but to accept his influence. Every Death Eater he changed was also a person whose free will he had effectively stolen, whose thoughts and emotions he had reshaped according to his own moral compass. The ethical implications were staggering and impossible to resolve. Was it acceptable to use involuntary mental influence if the result was turning murderers into people capable of mercy? Did the ends justify the means when the alternative was allowing continued atrocities against innocent victims? These were questions that philosophers and ethicists could debate for centuries without reaching clear conclusions, but Harry was being forced to live with the consequences of his answers right now. A new presence in the network caught his attention, someone he hadn't sensed before, but whose magical signature felt familiar in disturbing ways. This Death Eater was different from the others, older and more powerful, with a darkness to his thoughts that spoke of decades spent in service to the most evil wizard in history. Through this newcomer's perspective, Harry found himself looking at a room he recognized from his worst nightmares. The same ancient manor house where he had been forced to witness Cedric's murder, where Voldemort had returned to physical form, using Harry's blood and Wormtail's sacrifice. The Death Eater was reporting to his master, providing details of the growing unrest among the ranks and the mysterious force that seemed to be turning loyal servants into questioning rebels. But what made Harry's blood freeze was the realization that this Death Eater was somehow different from the others. The network connection was there, but it was weaker, more tenuous, as if something was blocking Harry's influence from taking full effect. And underneath the familiar mental signature was something else, something that felt like a trap waiting to spring. Voldemort had found a way to trace the network connection back to its source, and he was using one of his most trusted followers as bait to draw Harry's consciousness into a direct confrontation. The Dark Lord's voice echoed through the connection with terrifying clarity, no longer filtered through the confused thoughts of his followers, but speaking directly to the mind that had dared to challenge his authority. So Harry Potter, Voldemort's mental voice carried the promise of unimaginable torment. You thought you could steal my servants without consequences. You thought you could turn my followers against me and remain hidden behind your little protective charms. But you have made a critical error, boy. In trying to control my Death Eaters, you have opened your mind to mine. Harry tried to sever the connection, tried to pull his consciousness back from the network before Voldemort could use it as a pathway into his thoughts. But it was too late. The Dark Lord's presence pressed against his mind like a crushing weight, seeking entry through the very bonds that Harry had been using to influence the Death Eaters. The battle that followed was fought entirely in the realm of thought and will, two minds locked in a struggle that would determine not just Harry's survival, but the future of everyone connected to the network. Voldemort's mental attacks were precise and vicious, designed to break down Harry's defenses and leave his consciousness open to complete domination. But Harry's power over the Death Eater network gave him resources that Voldemort hadn't anticipated. Every follower connected to the web of loyalty could feel their conflict, could sense the battle being waged for control of their very souls. And to Harry's amazement, instead of supporting their original master, many of them began lending their strength to the boy who had shown them mercy and reminded them of their humanity. The feedback loop of dozens of minds supporting Harry's resistance proved too much for even Voldemort's formidable mental powers to overcome. The Dark Lord's presence withdrew with a snarl of rage and frustration, but his parting mental words carried a promise that chilled Harry to the bone. This is not over, Potter. You may have won this battle through trickery and the weakness of my former servants, but I will find you. I will tear down every protection, kill every person you care about, and make you watch as I reclaim what is rightfully mine. And when I am done, you will beg for the mercy of a quick death. The connection severed abruptly, leaving Harry alone with the voices of confused and frightened Death Eaters who were only beginning to understand the scope of the conflict they had been drawn into. Through their eyes, he could see the aftermath of the mental battle, could feel their growing awareness that they were pawns in a game between forces they barely comprehended. But he could also sense their gratitude for the protection he had offered, their amazement at being valued and defended, rather than sacrificed for another's power. For the first time in years, many of them were remembering what it felt like to be part of something larger than fear and hatred, to belong to a cause that didn't require them to abandon their humanity entirely. Harry collapsed back onto his bed, exhausted by the mental battle and terrified by its implications. Voldemort now knew exactly who was responsible for the changes in his Death Eater network, and the Dark Lord's fury would not be contained for long. The war had entered a new phase, one where Harry's accidental power made him both a target and a weapon in conflicts he was only beginning to understand. But as he lay there listening to the voices in his head, Harry realized that, despite everything, he couldn't regret what had happened. The Death Eaters connected to his network were changing, becoming people capable of mercy and moral choice rather than mindless instruments of terror. If his sacrifice could prevent even one innocent death, if his burden could restore humanity to hearts that had been consumed by darkness, then perhaps the price was worth paying. The question that remained was whether he would survive long enough to see the full consequences of his accidental revolution, and whether the wizarding world would be better or worse for the changes he had set in motion. The familiar sight of Hogwarts Castle, rising from the Scottish Highlands, should have filled Harry Potter with the warmth of homecoming. But as the Hogwarts Express rounded the final curve toward Hogsmeade Station, all he felt was a crushing weight of responsibility that seemed to grow heavier with each passing mile. The voices in his head had been constant companions throughout the journey, Death Eaters scattered across Britain, whispering their confusion and fear directly into his consciousness. 3 months had passed since the confrontation at the Ministry. 3 months since Harry had accidentally hijacked Voldemort's network of followers, and the connection had only grown stronger and more complex. What had begun as an overwhelming flood of foreign thoughts had evolved into something far more sophisticated and terrifying. Harry could now distinguish individual Death Eaters by their mental signatures, could sense their locations with pinpoint accuracy, and most disturbing of all, could feel their emotions as clearly as if they were his own. The carriage ride to the castle was a study in carefully maintained normalcy. Ron Weasley chattered nervously about Quidditch prospects and his new prefect badge, while Hermione Granger buried herself in a book that Harry suspected was more research into magical bonds and mental connections than pleasure reading. Luna Lovegood gazed dreamily out the window, occasionally making observations about invisible creatures that might or might not exist, and Neville Longbottom sat quietly, his round face reflecting the same mixture of determination and anxiety that had marked all their interactions since the Department of Mysteries. But Harry barely heard his friend's conversation. His attention was divided between maintaining the illusion of normal teenage concerns and monitoring the dozens of Death Eater minds that pressed constantly against his consciousness. Through their eyes, he could see fragments of the wizarding world that students at Hogwarts were never meant to witness. Dark meetings in abandoned buildings, raids on Muggle communities that were planned but never executed because the perpetrators found themselves inexplicably reluctant to harm innocent people. Conversations between followers of Voldemort who were beginning to question everything they had once believed without understanding why. The most disturbing development was his growing awareness of individual Death Eaters as complete people, rather than faceless enemies. Avery, hiding in a cottage in Wales, was struggling with guilt over his role in torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom years earlier. The man spent his days composing letters of apology that he would never send, his mind filled with memories of the young Aurors who had fought so bravely before their minds were shattered by prolonged exposure to the Cruciatus curse. Rookwood, supposedly gathering intelligence on Ministry security, had instead found himself providing anonymous tips to Aura headquarters about planned attacks on Muggle-born families. The former unspeakable didn't understand his own actions, couldn't explain why the thought of innocent blood being spilled made him physically ill, but he continued to sabotage his own missions with a dedication that would have been admirable if Harry could forget what the man had done in the past. Even Bellatrix, the original source of the network connection, was changing in ways that defied everything Harry thought he knew about irredeemable evil. The woman who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity, who had killed Sirius without a moment's hesitation, was now spending her days in a state of constant internal conflict. Her natural cruelty warred against newfound empathy, her loyalty to Voldemort battled against and growing certainty that her master's cause was fundamentally wrong. The Great Hall welcomed the students back with its usual display of magical magnificence. Floating candles cast warm light over the 4 house tables, the enchanted ceiling reflected a star-filled sky, and the familiar sight of Professor Dumbledore at the staff table should have provided comfort and security. But Harry's enhanced magical senses, sharpened by months of connection to dark wizards, immediately detected something that made his blood run cold. There was a Death Eater in Hogwarts. The realization hit him like a physical blow as he took his seat at the Gryffindor table. One of the voices in his head was much closer than it should be, close enough that the mental signature felt as clear as if the person were sitting in the same room. Harry's eyes swept the Great Hall desperately, trying to identify which of the familiar faces around him was harboring such a dangerous secret. It wasn't until the sorting ceremony began that Harry's attention focused on the staff table, with growing horror. Professor Snape sat in his usual position, his black eyes reflecting their characteristic mixture of intelligence and barely concealed contempt. But now that Harry was actively searching for the source of the Death Eater presence, he could detect something else in those dark depths. Fear, confusion, and underneath it all, the same unwilling loyalty that characterized every other member of the network. Severus Snape was a Death Eater. More than that, he was connected to Harry's accidental network, which meant that whatever changes Harry had been unconsciously imposing on Voldemort's followers were affecting one of Hogwarts's own professors. The implications were staggering and terrifying in equal measure. Through the network connection, Harry could sense Snape's internal turmoil with crystal clarity. The potion's master was fighting a constant battle between his natural inclination toward darkness and cruelty and newfound impulses toward protection and mercy that he couldn't understand or control. His loyalty to Dumbledore, always a carefully guarded secret, was now reinforced by magical compulsions that made betraying the school physically painful. But even more disturbing than Snape's presence in the network was the gradual realization that the professor's magical signature was somehow different from the other Death Eaters. Where most of Voldemort's followers showed the clear influence of Harry's moral compass bleeding through their consciousness, Snape's mind remained largely his own. The connection was there, but it was weaker, more constrained, as if something was blocking Harry's influence from taking full effect. The feast passed in a blur of forced normalcy. Harry made appropriate responses to his friends' comments, pretended to enjoy the traditional start-of-term foods, and tried to ignore the constant pressure of Snape's presence at the edge of his consciousness. But underneath the surface normalcy, his mind was racing through the implications of what he had discovered. If Snape was a Death Eater connected to the network, then Harry's accidental commands had been affecting a Hogwarts professor for months. Every protective impulse Harry had sent through the bonds, every moment of compassion that had influenced the Death Eater's behavior, had also been touching the mind of someone who had daily access to hundreds of students. The potential for disaster was almost too large to contemplate. But there was something else, something even more disturbing than the immediate security concerns. Through the network connection, Harry could sense that Snape was not just aware of the changes in his own behavior, but was actively studying them. The potions master's formidable intellect was analyzing every impulse, every moment of unexpected mercy, every protective instinct that didn't align with his previous nature. Snape knew something was affecting him, and he was methodically working to identify the source. The realization that one of the most intelligent and dangerous wizards at Hogwarts was actively investigating the network connection sent waves of panic through Harry's system. If Snape discovered the truth about what had happened in the Department of Mysteries, if he realized that Harry Potter was somehow commanding the loyalty of dozens of Death Eaters, the consequences would be catastrophic. After the feast, as students made their way back to their dormitories through corridors that suddenly felt far less secure than they had hours earlier, Harry found himself walking automatically toward Gryffindor Tower, while his mind remained focused on the terrifying new development. Ron and Hermione flanked him, their conversation a comforting background noise that helped mask the chaos in his thoughts. It wasn't until they reached the portrait of the fat lady that Harry realized he had been unconsciously monitoring Snape's location through the network connection throughout their journey. The professor was in his office in the dungeons, surrounded by shelves of mysterious potions, ingredients, and books on subjects that most wizards preferred not to contemplate. But he wasn't brewing potions or grading essays. Instead, he was staring at his left forearm, where the dark mark that had bound him to Voldemort's service for so many years was slowly changing in ways that defied everything he thought he knew about dark magic. Through Snape's eyes, Harry could see the tattoo that had once been a source of pain and obligation transforming into something else entirely. The skull and serpent design remained, but the lines were softer now, less threatening, and the magical signature it carried felt more protective than destructive. The professor's analytical mind was cataloguing every detail of the transformation, building theories about what could cause such fundamental changes in magical bonds that had been considered permanent. The Gryffindor common room welcomed Harry back with its familiar warmth, red and gold tapestries, creating a sense of security that felt increasingly fragile, given what he now knew about the school's compromised safety. His friends settled into their usual spots near the fireplace, Ron immediately pulling out a deck of exploding snap cards, while Hermione opened a book that was definitely not on any sixth-year reading list. "Harry," she said, without looking up from her reading, "I've been thinking about what you told us happened at the end of summer, about the connection growing stronger. Have you noticed any other changes since then?" The question caught Harry off guard, partially because he had been so focused on monitoring Snape's investigation that he hadn't been paying attention to the conversation, and partially because the changes in his magical abilities had become so constant that he barely noticed them anymore. But now that Hermione had brought it up, he realized that his magic had indeed continued to evolve in ways that should probably be concerning. Spells required less concentration now, producing results that exceeded his intentions with alarming regularity. His wandless magic, which should have been minimal at his age, had developed to the point where he could perform basic charms and transfigurations without conscious thought. Most disturbing of all, he could sense the magical signatures of everyone around him with a clarity that felt invasive and wrong. Some, he admitted reluctantly, watching Hermione's expression grow more concerned. Nothing dangerous, just stronger magic than usual. Through the network, he felt a spike of interest from Snape as the professor detected some change in Harry's magical aura. The potions master's attention focused on the boy with laser-like intensity, his formidable mind analyzing every detail he could gather through their unwitting connection. That was when disaster struck. During a particularly intense moment of concentration, as Snape probed the network connection, trying to understand its nature and origin, Harry's consciousness was suddenly pulled into direct contact with the professor's mind. Not the gentle, filtered awareness that characterized most network interactions, but full mental contact that left both wizard and student reeling with the intensity of shared thoughts and emotions. Through Snape's memories, Harry experienced fragments of the man's complicated history with devastating clarity. The poverty and abuse of his childhood, the desperate desire for acceptance that had led him to embrace the dark arts, the moment of horrific realization when Voldemort had targeted Lily Evans based on information Snape himself had provided. Years of service to Dumbledore, driven by guilt and a love that could never be requited. But even more disturbing than the invasion of Snape's privacy was the professor's simultaneous access to Harry's thoughts and memories. Through their unwilling connection, Snape experienced the battle in the Department of Mysteries from Harry's perspective, felt the moment when contact with Bellatrix's dark mark had created the network connection, and understood with crystal clarity exactly what had been happening to him over the past few months. The mental contact lasted only seconds before both of them managed to sever the connection, but the damage was done. Snape now knew that Harry Potter had accidentally gained command over Voldemort's entire Death Eater network, including himself. The professor's shock and growing rage were so intense that Harry could feel them through the weakened but persistent bond between their minds. In the common room, Harry's friends watched in alarm as he suddenly went rigid in his chair, his eyes rolling back and his body beginning to convulse as if he were experiencing a seizure. Ron dropped his cards and rushed to his side, while Hermione began casting diagnostic charms with the efficient panic of someone who had dealt with magical emergencies before. "Harry, mate, what's happening?" Ron's voice seemed to come from very far away, as Harry struggled to separate his consciousness from the chaos of thoughts and emotions flowing through the network. "Can you hear me?" But Harry's attention was focused entirely on the dungeon office, where Severus Snape was experiencing his own crisis. The professor's world had just been turned upside down by the realization that everything he thought he knew about his recent behavioral changes was wrong. He hadn't been developing a conscience or rediscovering his capacity for mercy. He had been under the magical influence of a 16-year-old boy who had somehow hijacked the most sophisticated dark magic binding ever created. Through the network, Harry felt Snape's fury building to nuclear proportions. The professor's pride and sense of autonomy had been violated in the most fundamental way possible, his thoughts and actions influenced by someone he had spent years despising. But underneath the rage was something even more dangerous, the cold, calculating intelligence that made Severus Snape one of the most formidable wizards alive. Harry knew with absolute certainty that Snape was going to act on what he had learned, and that whatever the professor decided to do would change everything. The mental connection stabilized enough for Harry to become aware of his surroundings again. He was lying on the common room sofa with Ron and Hermione hovering over him, their faces creased with worry and confusion. Other Gryffindors had gathered around, their voices a mixture of concern and speculation about what could have caused such a dramatic collapse. "I'm fine," Harry managed to say, though his voice sounded weak and unconvincing, even to himself. "Just tired." The fight to maintain the lie while dealing with the crisis in the network was exhausting, but he couldn't possibly explain what had actually happened. Hermione's brown eyes reflected deep skepticism as she studied his face. "Harry, that wasn't tiredness. That was magical feedback of some kind. What happened? What changed?" Before Harry could formulate any kind of response, the portrait hole opened and Professor McGonagall entered with the brisk efficiency that characterized all her movements. Her sharp eyes immediately took in the scene. Harry pale and shaking on the sofa, his friends clustered around him with obvious concern, and the circle of worried students who had witnessed his collapse. "Mr. Potter," she said, her voice carrying the authority that made even the most rebellious students pay attention, "you will come with me immediately. The headmaster wishes to see you in his office." Harry's heart sank as he realized the implications. If Dumbledore wanted to see him immediately after his mental contact with Snape, it could only mean that the professor had already reported what he had discovered. The careful secrecy that had protected Harry's network connection for months was about to be shattered, and he had no idea what the consequences would be. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt like a journey to his own execution. Professor McGonagall maintained her characteristic silence, but Harry could sense her concern and confusion through the enhanced magical awareness that his network connection had granted him. She knew something significant had happened, but like everyone else at Hogwarts, she had no context for understanding the true scope of the crisis. The gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's office stepped aside without requiring a password, suggesting that Dumbledore had been expecting their arrival. The spiral staircase carried them upward with its usual magical efficiency, but Harry felt as if he were ascending toward his doom rather than seeking help from the wisest wizard alive. Dumbledore's office welcomed them with its familiar combination of magical artifacts, sleeping portraits of former headmasters, and the comforting presence of Fawkes the Phoenix. But the headmaster himself looked older and more tired than Harry had ever seen him, his blue eyes reflecting a weariness that seemed to go beyond mere physical exhaustion. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said, gesturing toward a chair positioned directly in front of his desk. "Please sit. We have much to discuss." and I fear the conversation will not be an easy one for either of us." Professor McGonagall took her usual position beside the desk, her expression suggesting that she had already been briefed on whatever crisis had prompted this late-night meeting. Harry settled into the offered chair with growing dread, his enhanced senses immediately detecting the presence of defensive magic surrounding the office. Whatever Dumbledore had planned to discuss, he was taking precautions against magical interference or eavesdropping. "Professor Snape has informed me of a rather extraordinary development," Dumbledore began, his voice carrying the careful neutrality that he employed when dealing with the most sensitive subjects. "It appears that your connection to Tom Riddle's followers has evolved beyond what any of us anticipated." Harry felt his carefully maintained composure begin to crumble as he realized that there was no point in trying to maintain the pretense of ignorance. Snape's mental invasion had revealed everything, and attempting to lie to Dumbledore about something the headmaster clearly already knew would only make the situation worse. "I didn't mean for it to happen," Harry said quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "Any of it. The connection, the commands, the way they're changing. It was all an accident." Dumbledore nodded slowly, his expression reflecting understanding rather than judgment. "I believe you, Harry. The magical forces involved in your situation are ancient and unpredictable, operating according to principles that predate our modern understanding of how such bonds function. But intention, while important for moral considerations, does not change the practical reality of what has occurred." The headmaster rose from his chair and began to pace behind his desk, his movements reflecting the deep thought that Harry had learned to associate with Dumbledore's most serious deliberations. "The fact remains that you now wield unprecedented influence over dozens of Voldemort's most dangerous followers. The question that we must address is what to do with that power." Through the network, Harry could sense the Death Eater's confusion and fear as they detected changes in their connection to him. The defensive magic surrounding Dumbledore's office was interfering with the bonds, creating static in the mental links that left Voldemort's former followers feeling lost and disconnected from their accidental new master. But one presence remained clear and sharp, despite the magical interference. Snape's mind pressed against Harry's consciousness with uncomfortable intensity. The professor's analytical intelligence focused on cataloguing every detail of how the network operated. Harry could feel the man's continued rage at being unknowingly controlled, but also his growing fascination with the unprecedented magical phenomenon he had been unwittingly part of. "The most immediate concern," Dumbledore continued, "is the security risk posed by having Death Eaters aware of your location and activities. If Tom were to discover a way to exploit your connection for his own purposes, the consequences for both you and the school could be catastrophic." As if summoned by the headmaster's words, Harry felt a familiar and terrifying presence pressing against the edges of his consciousness. Voldemort had detected the disturbance in his former follower's network connection and was attempting to use it as a pathway into Harry's mind. The Dark Lord's mental touch was like ice water in Harry's veins, carrying promises of torture and death that made his scar flare with renewed pain. But this time, Harry was not alone in resisting the invasion. Through the network, he could feel dozens of Death Eaters lending their strength to his mental defenses, their minds forming a protective barrier between him and their former master's wrath. The irony was not lost on any of them that Voldemort's own followers were now actively working to protect the boy he most wanted to destroy. The mental battle was brief but intense, ending when Snape added his own formidable occlumency skills to Harry's defenses. The professor's mind was a fortress of compartmentalized thoughts and hidden emotions, and his intervention created enough interference to force Voldemort's withdrawal. But the Dark Lord's parting mental message carried a promise that chilled Harry to the bone. "Soon, Potter. Very soon, I will find a way to reclaim what is mine and make you pay for your presumption. And when I do, you will discover that there are fates far worse than death." The connection severed abruptly, leaving Harry gasping and shaking in his chair while Dumbledore and McGonagall watched with expressions of grave concern. Through the network, he could sense the Death Eaters' shock and fear at their former master's direct assault, their growing realization that they had chosen sides in a conflict that would define the future of the wizarding world. That, Professor McGonagall said with characteristic understatement, was rather more dramatic than I had expected. Dumbledore's expression was grim as he returned to his seat, his blue eyes reflecting a determination that Harry had rarely seen from the usually serene headmaster. I believe we have moved beyond the point where this situation can be managed quietly. Tom now knows that you have not only hijacked his network of followers, but that they are actively working to protect you from his influence. Harry felt the weight of implication settling on his shoulders like a lead cloak. The war had entered a new phase, one where his accidental power made him both the greatest threat to Voldemort's plans and the primary target of the Dark Lord's fury. There would be no more hiding behind protective charms or pretending to be a normal student. The conflict had found him at Hogwarts, and there was no escaping its consequences. But as terrifying as the situation had become, Harry also felt a strange sense of relief. The secrecy that had been crushing him for months was finally over. The adults who were supposed to help him navigate impossible situations finally knew what he was facing. And for the first time since the accident in the Department of Mysteries, he didn't feel completely alone with his terrible burden. The question now was whether Dumbledore's wisdom and experience would be enough to find a path through the moral and practical complexities of commanding an army of reformed dark wizards, or whether Harry's accidental revolution would ultimately destroy everything he was trying to protect. Through the network, he could feel the Death Eaters waiting for guidance from their unwilling new master, their minds filled with hope and fear in equal measure. They had chosen him over Voldemort, but none of them understood what that choice would ultimately cost, or what kind of future it might create. Harry Potter, the boy who had never wanted power over anyone, now held the fate of dozens of dark wizards in his hands, and the decisions he made in the coming days would determine whether his accident became the foundation for redemption or the catalyst for even greater darkness. The weeks that followed Harry's revelation to Dumbledore passed in a blur of carefully orchestrated normalcy that fooled no one who knew him well. By day, he attended classes, completed assignments, and participated in the familiar rhythms of Hogwarts life. But by night, and in the quiet moments between lessons, Harry found himself living a double existence that was slowly tearing him apart from the inside. The Death Eater network had become more than a magical connection. It was a window into the darkest corners of the wizarding world, a constant stream of consciousness that showed him perspectives on the war that no 16-year-old should have to witness. Through their eyes, he experienced the fear of families hiding from Voldemort's persecution, the desperation of Order members fighting an increasingly hopeless battle, and most disturbing of all, the gradual transformation of dark wizards who were discovering they had consciences after all. McNair, the former executioner who had once delighted in the suffering of magical creatures, now spent his nights releasing animals from illegal breeding operations before his fellow Death Eaters could harvest them for dark potions. The man didn't understand his own actions, couldn't explain why the thought of unnecessary cruelty made him physically ill. But he continued his secret campaign of mercy with a dedication that would have been admirable if Harry could forget the executioner's bloody history. Mulciber, whose expertise in the Imperious Curse had made him one of Voldemort's most valued followers, found himself unable to cast the spell at all. Every attempt to override another person's will triggered waves of revulsion that left him retching and shaking. Through the network, Harry could feel the man's confusion and growing panic as he realized that his most useful skill had simply vanished, replaced by an overwhelming need to protect the autonomy of others. But it was Rookwood's transformation that affected Harry most deeply. The former Unspeakable had begun using his extensive knowledge of Ministry security to protect the very people he had once helped persecute. Anonymous warnings about planned raids, carefully placed disinformation that sent Death Eater attacks to empty buildings, and detailed intelligence about Voldemort's operations that somehow found its way to Order headquarters. The psychological toll of experiencing these changes through the network was enormous. Harry felt every moment of confusion as hardened killers discovered they could no longer stomach violence. He experienced their fear as they realized their loyalty to Voldemort was being eroded by impulses they couldn't understand or control. Most painfully of all, he shared their growing hope that perhaps redemption was possible even for those who had committed unforgivable acts. The weight of responsibility was crushing. Every Death Eater who chose mercy over cruelty, every life saved by their newfound conscience, every moment of human decency that emerged from hearts that had been consumed by darkness, all of it flowed back to Harry through bonds he had never asked for and couldn't control. He was changing these people against their will, but the changes were undeniably positive. The moral complexity of the situation left him sleepless and increasingly isolated from his friends. It was during a particularly intense potions lesson that the next crisis struck. Professor Snape had been more volatile than usual since their accidental mental contact, his black eyes following Harry with an intensity that made concentration nearly impossible. The man's presence in the network had become a constant source of tension, his formidable intellect probing the magical bonds with a persistence that bordered on obsession. Harry was attempting to brew a particularly complex draught of living death when Voldemort struck. The attack came without warning, a surge of malevolent presence that flooded through the network like poison through veins. But this wasn't the crude mental assault that Harry had experienced in Dumbledore's office. This was something far more sophisticated and terrifying. Voldemort had found a way to use the network connection not to attack Harry directly, but to influence the Death Eater's behavior through their bond to him. Through the magical links that connected him to dozens of dark wizards, Harry suddenly felt their personalities shifting. The compassion and mercy that had been growing in their hearts was being systematically eroded, replaced by something that felt like his own darker impulses, magnified and twisted beyond recognition. His anger at injustice became their rage at any opposition. His protective instincts toward his friends transformed into their desire to eliminate anyone who might threaten their new master. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. Across Britain, Death Eaters who had been secretly sabotaging their missions began preparing for attacks more vicious than anything they had attempted during their service to Voldemort. But these weren't random acts of terrorism. They were coordinated operations designed to eliminate specific threats to Harry's safety and well-being. Through McNair's eyes, Harry watched in horror as the man prepared to assault the ministry office where Cornelius Fudge was working late, driven by a twisted interpretation of Harry's frustration with the former minister's incompetence. Mulciber was gathering intelligence on Order safe houses, his newfound protective instincts perverted into a desire to eliminate anyone who might put Harry at risk. Most terrifying of all, Rookwood was using his ministry contacts to identify and target anyone who had ever spoken against Harry in public. Harry tried desperately to stop the compulsions, to send countermands through the network that would override whatever influence Voldemort was exerting, but his attempts only seemed to strengthen the dark impulses flowing through the bonds. His desperation to protect innocent people became their certainty that preemptive strikes were necessary. His horror at the planned violence transformed into their conviction that extreme measures were justified. In the potions dungeon, Harry's distress was becoming impossible to hide. His hands shook as he tried to continue brewing, sweat beading on his forehead, despite the cool temperature of the dungeons. Several of his classmates had begun to notice his obvious distress, but it was Hermione's sharp intake of breath that alerted him to the most immediate danger. "Harry," she whispered urgently, "your potion is turning black. That's not supposed to happen for another 3 steps." Harry looked down at his cauldron with growing alarm. The potion that should have been a delicate pearl grey was instead churning with dark, oily liquid that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Wisps of purple vapor were rising from the surface, creating patterns that looked disturbingly like skulls and serpents, but even more troubling than the ruined potion was the realization that his magical signature was fluctuating wildly. The network connection, normally a stable background presence, was pulsing with chaotic energy that seemed to be affecting everything around him. Other students' potions were beginning to show signs of contamination, their carefully measured ingredients responding to magical interference they couldn't identify. Professor Snape appeared beside Harry's desk with the silent grace that had terrified generations of students. His black eyes took in the ruined potion, the obvious signs of magical instability, and Harry's barely controlled panic with a single penetrating glance. "Mr. Potter," he said, quietly, his voice carrying a note of urgency that few students had ever heard from the usually composed professor, "you will accompany me to my office immediately. Miss Granger, please inform Professor McGonagall that there has been a potions accident requiring immediate attention." The walk to Snape's private office felt like a journey through a minefield. Harry could sense the professor's internal struggle through their network connection, could feel the man's analytical mind working to understand the magical chaos that was affecting both of them. But underneath Snape's intellectual curiosity was something far more dangerous, the growing influence of the corrupted impulses that Voldemort was feeding through the network. Snape's office was a sanctuary of controlled darkness, shelves lined with ingredients that most wizards preferred not to contemplate, and books on subjects that pushed the boundaries of acceptable magic. But the familiar environment provided no comfort as Harry realized the full scope of what was happening to the network. "Sit," Snape commanded, his voice carrying an authority that brooked no argument. His own magical signature was fluctuating as wildly as Harry's, the careful control that characterized everything about the potions master, beginning to crack under the strain of conflicting impulses. Harry settled into the offered chair, acutely aware that he was now alone with a Death Eater whose loyalty bonds had been corrupted by dark influence. Through the network, he could sense Snape's growing conviction that protecting Harry required eliminating anyone who might pose a threat to him. The professor's knowledge of Hogwarts' defenses, combined with his access to dangerous potions and dark magic, made him potentially one of the most dangerous people in the castle. "What is happening to us, Potter?" Snape demanded, his black eyes reflecting an intensity that bordered on mania. "I can feel it, this corruption flowing through the bonds. My thoughts are not my own. My impulses twisted into something I barely recognize." Harry tried to explain what he had sensed, the way Voldemort had found a method to influence the Death Eaters through their connection to him. But the words seemed inadequate to describe the horror of what was occurring. Through the network, he could feel the planned attacks escalating, dozens of dark wizards preparing to commit acts of violence that would make their previous crimes seem merciful by comparison. But even as he struggled to find words for the crisis, Harry became aware of something else happening in Snape's mind. The professor's formidable occlumency skills were creating barriers against the corrupted impulses, compartmentalizing the foreign influences in ways that preserved his essential self. It was a technique that required enormous mental discipline, but it was working. "Teach me," Harry said desperately, grabbing onto the only hope he could see for ending the crisis. "Show me how to block the influence, how to protect the network from contamination." Snape's expression shifted from barely controlled panic to something approaching respect. The request showed a level of trust that neither of them would have thought possible weeks earlier, an acknowledgement that their shared connection to the network made them allies rather than enemies. The lesson that followed was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. Occlumency, as Snape taught it, was not simply about blocking mental intrusions. It was about understanding the fundamental structure of consciousness, learning to separate authentic thoughts and emotions from external influences, and building mental defenses that could withstand even the most sophisticated attacks. But applying occlumency principles to a magical network that connected dozens of minds was exponentially more complex than protecting a single consciousness. Harry had to learn to identify which thoughts and impulses belonged to him, which came from the Death Eaters, and which were the result of Voldemort's corruption. He had to build mental barriers that could filter the network connection without severing it entirely, preserving the positive changes in the Death Eaters while blocking the dark influence that was perverting their newfound conscience. The process was exhausting and painful. Every attempt to separate authentic impulses from corrupted ones sent waves of agony through the network, affecting every connected Death Eater simultaneously. Through their shared pain, Harry experienced the confusion and fear of dozens of dark wizards who were being torn between conflicting influences they couldn't understand. But gradually, with Snape's guidance and his own desperate determination, Harry began to make progress. The corrupted impulses that had been driving the Death Eaters toward violence began to weaken as he learned to identify and isolate them. The planned attacks were called off one by one as their intended perpetrators found their bloodlust replaced by the same protective compassion that had been growing in their hearts for months. It was during one particularly intense moment of mental discipline that Harry experienced something unprecedented. Instead of simply blocking Voldemort's influence, he found himself able to trace it back to its source. Through the network connection, he suddenly had access to the Dark Lord's location and immediate surroundings. Voldemort was in the ruins of what had once been a grand manor house, surrounded by the Death Eaters who remained loyal to his original cause. The Dark Lord's fury at the failure of his corruption attempt was terrible to witness, his red eyes blazing with a hatred that seemed to burn everything it touched. But underneath the rage was something that gave Harry hope, uncertainty, and growing desperation. The Dark Lord's control over his remaining followers was not as absolute as it had once been. Several of the Death Eaters present were watching their master with expressions that suggested they were beginning to question his methods, if not his goals. The corruption attempt had failed, but it had also revealed to Voldemort that his former network was not only beyond his control, but actively working against him. Through the connection, Harry watched as Voldemort began planning something that chilled him to the bone. If he could not reclaim his former followers, he would simply eliminate them. A series of coordinated strikes designed not to bring the wayward Death Eaters back into the fold, but to destroy them before they could cause further damage to his cause. The realization that dozens of people were going to be murdered because of their connection to him sent Harry into a state of panic that nearly shattered his newly constructed mental barriers. These Death Eaters, whatever their past crimes, had been changing for the better. They were discovering compassion, questioning their former beliefs, and actively working to protect innocent people from harm. They didn't deserve to die for the crime of being accidentally connected to Harry's consciousness. But even as Harry struggled with the moral implications of the situation, he became aware that he wasn't alone in his distress. Through the network, he could sense that every connected Death Eater had become aware of Voldemort's plans through their shared bond with Harry. They knew they were marked for death, knew that their former master considered them irredeemably compromised, and their reactions ranged from terror to resignation to something that looked remarkably like relief. For many of them, the prospect of death was preferable to returning to the darkness they had served for so long. Through the network, Harry felt their growing certainty that they would rather die as people who had remembered their humanity than live as the monsters they had once chosen to become. The solidarity that emerged from that shared knowledge was something beautiful and terrible to witness. Death Eaters who had spent years competing for their master's approval began working together to protect each other from the fate Voldemort had planned for them. They shared intelligence, coordinated their defenses, and most importantly, began reaching out to the Order of the Phoenix with offers of information and assistance. In Snape's office, Harry opened his eyes to find the professor watching him with an expression of grudging respect and growing concern. The occlumency lesson had been successful in blocking Voldemort's corruption, but it had also revealed the full scope of the crisis they were facing. "How many?" Snape asked quietly, though Harry suspected the professor already knew the answer through their shared connection. 37, Harry replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Voldemort plans to kill 37 people because they're connected to me. because I accidentally gave them the capacity to choose something better than darkness. The weight of that responsibility was crushing. Harry had never wanted power over anyone, had never asked for the ability to influence the thoughts and actions of dark wizards. But the network existed, the connections were real, and the people bound to him were going to die unless he found a way to protect them. Snape rose from his chair and began pacing behind his desk, his black robes billowing around him as he processed the implications of what they had learned. The professor's analytical mind was working through possibilities, evaluating options, and gradually settling on conclusions that Harry suspected he wasn't going to like. "There is only one solution, Potter," Snape said finally, his voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "You must embrace the network fully, accept complete responsibility for every Death Eater connected to your consciousness, and use your influence to coordinate their defenses against the Dark Lord's planned strikes." The suggestion hit Harry like a physical blow. What Snape was proposing would make him a Dark Lord in truth, accepting permanent command over dozens of former followers of Voldemort. It would mean abandoning any pretense that his influence over them was accidental or temporary. It would transform him into the very thing he had spent his life fighting against. But the alternative was allowing 37 people to die for the crime of being accidentally connected to his consciousness. People who were trying to change, trying to become better than they had been, trying to choose redemption over the darkness that had once consumed them. Through the network, Harry could feel their hope and fear as they waited for his decision. They knew what Snape was proposing, understood that their survival depended on Harry's willingness to become something he had never wanted to be. But they also knew that he was their only chance, the only person who could coordinate their defenses and give them the strength to stand against their former master's wrath. The choice was impossible and inevitable. Harry Potter, the boy who had never wanted power over anyone, was going to have to become the master of an army of reformed Death Eaters if he wanted to save their lives. The moral complexity of the situation would haunt him for the rest of his life. But the alternative was unthinkable. As he sat in Snape's office, surrounded by the tools and ingredients of dark magic, Harry made the decision that would define not just his own future, but the future of everyone connected to the network. He would accept the responsibility, embrace the power, and become whatever he needed to be to protect the people who had been accidentally bound to his consciousness. Through the network, 37 Death Eaters felt his decision and responded with a mixture of gratitude, relief, and renewed determination to prove themselves worthy of his protection. They had found something in their connection to Harry Potter that they had never expected to discover: hope for redemption and a chance to choose who they wanted to become. But in making that choice, Harry had also crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. He was no longer simply a boy who had accidentally gained influence over dark wizards. He was their leader, their protector, and in the eyes of the wizarding world, potentially the most dangerous person alive. The war had entered a new phase, one where the lines between light and dark were blurred beyond recognition, and where the greatest threat to Voldemort's power was a 16-year-old boy who had never wanted to rule anyone, but now commanded the loyalty of the Dark Lord's own former followers. Through the network, Harry could feel the future approaching like a storm on the horizon. Battles would be fought, lives would be lost, and the wizarding world would be forever changed by the choices he had made in a dungeon office surrounded by the tools of his enemy's trade. But for the first time since the accident in the Department of Mysteries, Harry felt something approaching peace. He had accepted who he was becoming, embraced the responsibility that had been thrust upon him, and committed himself to protecting the people who had been caught up in his accidental revolution. The boy who lived had become something unprecedented in magical history, a Dark Lord who served the light, a master who commanded through compassion rather than fear, and the only person standing between 37 reformed Death Eaters and the wrath of the most evil wizard who had ever lived. The transformation that followed Harry's acceptance of his role as protector of the Death Eater network was both subtle and profound. Within hours of his decision in Snape's office, every person connected to his consciousness felt the shift from reluctant influence to deliberate leadership. The change rippled through magical bonds that stretched across Britain like electricity through copper wire, carrying with it a sense of purpose and protection that none of them had experienced in years. But with great power came consequences that Harry was only beginning to understand. The first sign that something fundamental had changed came during his next defense against the dark arts lesson. Professor Snape, who had taken over teaching duties after yet another defense professor had mysteriously disappeared, was demonstrating the proper wand movement for the Protean charm when Harry's magic responded with unprecedented intensity. The spell, which should have created a simple connection between two objects, instead established a network that linked every item in the classroom. Quills began writing identical messages across dozens of pieces of parchment. Textbooks opened to the same pages simultaneously. Even the students' wands began resonating with a shared magical frequency that made the hair on everyone's arms stand on end. Harry felt the familiar surge of panic as he realized his enhanced abilities were manifesting in ways that could expose his secret to his classmates. But before he could attempt to reverse the effect, something remarkable happened. Through the Death Eater network, he sensed Rookwood's expertise with magical concealment spells flowing into his consciousness like water filling a vessel. Without conscious thought, Harry found himself casting a series of complex charms that masked the true nature of what had occurred. To his classmates, it appeared that Professor Snape had simply performed an impressive demonstration of advanced magic. The synchronized behavior of their classroom materials seemed like nothing more than a carefully planned lesson in magical theory. But Harry knew better. The network was no longer simply connecting him to 37 reformed Death Eaters. It was allowing him access to their knowledge, their skills, and their magical expertise in ways that defied every principle of individual magical development he had ever learned. Through McNair's connection, he could sense the man's encyclopedic knowledge of magical creatures and their weaknesses. Mulciber's understanding of mental magic pressed against the edges of his consciousness, offering insights into human psychology that were both valuable and disturbing. Most unnervingly of all, Bellatrix's intimate familiarity with the dark arts whispered seductively in the back of his mind, promising power and solutions to problems that seemed impossible through conventional magic. The temptation was overwhelming and terrifying in equal measure. With a focused thought, Harry could access decades of magical knowledge and experience accumulated by some of the most dangerous wizards alive. He could become, virtually overnight, one of the most formidable practitioners of magic in the wizarding world. The only price would be accepting influence from minds that had been shaped by years of exposure to the darkest aspects of human nature. It was during his evening meal in the Great Hall that the next crisis struck, and it came from an unexpected source. Ron Weasley had been growing increasingly concerned about Harry's behavior over the past few weeks. His best friend's distraction during classes, his tendency to stare into space as if listening to voices no one else could hear, and his growing isolation from their usual social circle had not gone unnoticed by someone who had known Harry for 6 years. "Harry," Ron said quietly, leaning closer so that their conversation wouldn't be overheard by other Gryffindors. "We need to talk. Really talk. Something's been different about you since the summer, and it's getting worse." The directness of Ron's concern caught Harry off guard. He had been so focused on managing the network and protecting his connected Death Eaters that he had failed to notice how his behavior was affecting his closest friends. Through the enhanced perception that his magical development had granted him, Harry could sense Ron's genuine worry and growing fear that something terrible was happening to the person he cared about most. "I'm fine," Harry replied automatically. But even as the words left his mouth, he knew they rang false. Nothing about his situation could be described as fine, and continuing to lie to his friends was becoming increasingly difficult. Hermione Granger looked up from her dinner with the sharp attention that characterized her approach to everything that interested her. Her brown eyes studied Harry's face with the analytical intensity she usually reserved for particularly challenging homework assignments. "No, you're not," she said with characteristic bluntness. "You've been exhibiting signs of magical strain for weeks. Your spells are more powerful than they should be. You're distracted constantly, and yesterday I saw you unconsciously performing magic that should be beyond a sixth-year student's abilities." The observation hit closer to home than Harry was comfortable with. Hermione's academic approach to magic made her uniquely qualified to notice the changes in his abilities, and her determination to understand everything around her made her a potential threat to the secrecy that protected both him and the Death Eaters connected to his network. But before Harry could formulate any kind of response, the situation took a turn that he could never have anticipated. Through the network, he felt a surge of protective fury from multiple Death Eaters as they sensed what they interpreted as a threat to their new master. Hermione's probing questions, Ron's obvious concern, even the casual attention of nearby Gryffindors, all of it was being filtered through the enhanced loyalty bonds and transformed into perceived dangers that needed to be eliminated. The compulsion that flowed through the network was unlike anything Harry had experienced before. Instead of his own emotions being amplified and transmitted to the Death Eaters, their protective instincts were somehow feeding back into his consciousness and being magnified by his own magical power. The result was a wave of possessive fury that made his vision blur with red-tinged rage. How dare they question him? How dare they probe into matters that were none of their concern? Didn't they understand that he was trying to protect them? That his secrets were the only thing standing between them and dangers they couldn't comprehend? The rational part of Harry's mind recognized that these thoughts were not entirely his own, that the network was influencing his perspective in ways that were fundamentally unhealthy. But the emotional impact was too strong to resist. His friends' concern felt like interference, their questions like attacks, their presence like obstacles to the important work he was trying to accomplish. It was Ginny Weasley's voice that broke through the haze of network-influenced anger. "Harry," she said softly, her brown eyes reflecting a mixture of love and growing fear that cut through his emotional turmoil like a blade. "Your eyes are glowing green. That's not normal, even for you." The observation shocked Harry back to awareness of his surroundings. He looked down at his hands and saw that they were indeed emanating a faint green light that pulsed in rhythm with his heartbeat. Around him, several students had begun to back away from the Gryffindor table, their faces reflecting confusion and alarm at the display of uncontrolled magic. Through the network, Harry could sense the Death Eaters' continued agitation, their growing certainty that anyone who caused their master distress needed to be dealt with permanently. The protective bonds that connected them to his consciousness were interpreting his emotional turmoil as evidence of external threats, and their responses were escalating toward violence with frightening speed. Across Britain, 37 reformed Death Eaters were preparing to defend Harry Potter from his own best friends. The realization of how completely the network was warping his perspective sent waves of horror through Harry's consciousness that were immediately amplified and transmitted to every connected Death Eater. Their confusion and fear at their master's distress only added to the chaotic feedback loop of emotions that was threatening to overwhelm everyone involved. Harry pushed back from the Gryffindor table and fled the Great Hall, his enhanced magical senses picking up the worried conversations that erupted in his wake. Through the network, he could feel the Death Eaters' growing panic as they struggled to understand why their master was in such obvious distress. Several of them were already moving toward Hogwarts, drawn by compulsions they couldn't resist to provide direct protection for the person they had come to regard as their salvation. The Astronomy Tower had always been Harry's refuge when the pressures of his unusual life became too much to bear. The cold night air and vast expanse of star-filled sky provided perspective that was impossible to find within the castle's walls. But as he climbed the winding staircase, Harry realized that even this sanctuary could not provide escape from the network that connected him to so many troubled minds. Through Yaxley's consciousness, He experienced the man's desperate race across the Scottish countryside, driven by magical compulsions to reach Hogwarts before some undefined catastrophe befell their shared master. Crabbe Senior was gathering intelligence on every student who had been present during Harry's display of uncontrolled magic, his mind cataloguing potential threats with the methodical precision of someone who had spent years eliminating obstacles to his Dark Lord's power. Most disturbing of all, Bellatrix was preparing an assault on anyone she perceived as having caused Harry distress. The woman's tactical expertise, combined with her intimate knowledge of Hogwarts's defenses from her time as a student, was creating detailed plans for infiltrating the castle and eliminating what she saw as threats to her new master's well-being. Harry collapsed onto the astronomy tower's stone floor, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what he had inadvertently set in motion. His attempt to protect the Death Eaters from Voldemort's planned assassination had created something far more dangerous than he had imagined. The network wasn't just connecting him to their minds, it was fundamentally altering their nature and turning them into extensions of his will, whether he wanted that or not. The sound of footsteps on the staircase interrupted his spiral of self-recrimination. Harry looked up to see Dumbledore emerging from the shadows, his blue eyes reflecting concern and a determination that suggested the headmaster had been monitoring the situation more closely than Harry had realized. "I believe, Harry, that we need to discuss the recent developments in your unique situation," Dumbledore said gently, settling onto the stone floor beside his student with the easy grace of someone much younger than his advanced years. The magical disturbance in the Great Hall was felt throughout the castle, and I suspect it represents only the beginning of what we might expect if current trends continue. Through the network, Harry could sense that several Death Eaters had detected Dumbledore's presence and were interpreting it as a potential threat. The headmaster's formidable magical power, combined with his obvious influence over Harry, was triggering protective responses that could escalate into violence if not carefully managed. "They're coming here," Harry said quietly, his voice reflecting the exhaustion and fear that had been building for weeks. "The Death Eaters. They think my friends are threats, that anyone who questions me or causes me distress needs to be eliminated. I can't control them anymore, Professor. The network is controlling me as much as I'm controlling it." Dumbledore nodded slowly, his expression reflecting the deep thought that Harry had learned to associate with the headmaster's most serious deliberations. This is not unexpected, given the nature of the magical bonds involved. The Death Eater network was designed to create absolute loyalty through the suppression of individual will. Your accidental acquisition of that network has preserved the loyalty mechanism while changing its target, but the fundamental nature of the magic remains unchanged. The explanation hit Harry like a physical blow. What Dumbledore was suggesting meant that the Death Eaters weren't truly choosing to be better people. They were simply following magical compulsions that forced them to mirror Harry's moral compass, just as they had once been compelled to mirror Voldemort's cruelty and hatred. But if that was true, then everything Harry thought he had accomplished was built on a foundation of magical slavery. The Death Eaters' newfound compassion, their growing conscience, their willingness to protect innocent people, all of it was the result of involuntary magical influence rather than genuine moral growth. The moral implications were staggering and horrifying. Harry had convinced himself that he was helping dark wizards discover their better natures, but the reality was that he was simply imposing his will on them in ways that were potentially more complete and invasive than anything Voldemort had ever achieved. However, Dumbledore continued, "There is something unprecedented about your situation that offers hope for a different outcome. The traditional Death Eater network operated through fear, pain, and the suppression of individual identity. Your network appears to operate through something resembling love, protection, and the enhancement of positive human qualities." Harry looked up at the headmaster with desperate hope. What difference does that make? They're still being controlled against their will. They still don't have the freedom to choose who they want to be. Dumbledore's blue eyes twinkled with something that might have been approval if the circumstances had been less dire. The difference, Harry, is that love and protection, even when magically imposed, can create conditions where genuine choice becomes possible. Fear and hatred narrow the possibilities available to human consciousness. Love and compassion expand them. Before Harry could fully process the implications of what Dumbledore was suggesting, the situation took a dramatic turn. Through the network, he felt multiple Death Eaters breaching Hogwarts' defensive perimeters simultaneously. They weren't attacking the castle, weren't attempting to cause harm or destruction. Instead, they were moving with coordinated precision toward the astronomy tower, driven by magical compulsions to protect their master from whatever threats they perceived. Within minutes, the tower was surrounded by figures in dark robes who emerged from the shadows like wraiths materializing from nightmares. But these weren't the Death Eaters Harry remembered from his encounters with Voldemort's followers. Their masks were gone, their faces visible, and reflecting the same mixture of confusion and protective determination that characterized their mental presence in the network. Rookwood stepped forward as their apparent spokesman, his weathered face creased with concern as he studied Harry's obvious distress. "My lord," he said, his voice carrying respectful tones that Harry had never heard from any Death Eater. "We felt your pain through the bonds that connect us. Tell us who has caused you harm, and we will eliminate the threat." The casual offer of murder, delivered with the same tone someone might use to offer assistance with homework, sent chills through Harry's entire body. These people, whatever positive changes they had undergone, were still capable of violence when they perceived threats to their master. The network had made them protective rather than cruel, but it hadn't eliminated their capacity for dangerous action. Through their shared consciousness, Harry could sense the other Death Eaters' agreement with Rookwood's offer. They were prepared to kill anyone who had caused their master distress, convinced that such action was not only justified, but necessary. The fact that the perceived threats were Harry's best friends and the girl he was beginning to love made their protective instincts even more disturbing. "No," Harry said firmly, rising to his feet and addressing the assembled Death Eaters with an authority he had never asked for, but could no longer avoid exercising. "No one has threatened me. My friends were concerned about my well-being, nothing more. There will be no violence against anyone in this castle." The command rippled through the network with absolute authority, overriding the Death Eaters' protective instincts and replacing them with confused uncertainty. Through their shared consciousness, Harry could feel their struggle to understand why their master would protect people who had caused him obvious distress. But compliance was immediate and absolute. Whatever magical compulsions drove their loyalty to Harry, those compulsions overrode every other consideration, including their own judgment about what constituted appropriate protective action. Dumbledore observed the exchange with keen interest, his blue eyes reflecting a mixture of concern and fascination at the unprecedented display of magical authority. Harry's command over the Death Eaters was clearly absolute, but the headmaster's expression suggested that he understood the terrible price such power extracted from everyone involved. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said gently, "it would be wise to continue this conversation in my office. The current location, while scenic, may not provide the privacy that such delicate matters require." The journey to the headmaster's office was a surreal procession that would have been comical if the circumstances had been different. Harry walked between Dumbledore and Snape, who had appeared with his usual silent efficiency, while 37 reformed Death Eaters followed in loose formation around them. The magical signature of so many dark wizards moving through Hogwarts corridors should have triggered every defensive system in the castle, but their connection to Harry seemed to identify them as allies rather than threats. Other students who encountered the group reacted with predictable alarm. Several younger Gryffindors fled toward their common room, while a group of Slytherins watched with expressions that ranged from fascination to terror. Professor McGonagall appeared at one intersection, her lips pursed with disapproval that seemed directed more at the situation than at any specific individual involved. But it was the reaction of Harry's friends that cut deepest. Ron and Hermione emerged from the great hall as the procession passed, their faces reflecting shock and growing horror as they realized that Harry was somehow connected to the group of dark wizards surrounding him. Ginny appeared behind them, her brown eyes wide with confusion and fear as she tried to understand what had happened to the boy she thought she knew. Through the network, Harry could sense the Death Eater's immediate assessment of his friends as potential threats requiring elimination. The protective bonds that connected them to his consciousness interpreted his obvious distress at his friends' reactions as evidence that these people were dangerous and needed to be dealt with accordingly. The command to stand down had to be reinforced constantly as they made their way to Dumbledore's office. Harry's will the only thing preventing 37 reformed Death Eaters from attacking the people he cared about most. The irony was not lost on him that his power over dark wizards was simultaneously protecting his friends and isolating him from them in ways that might prove impossible to overcome. Dumbledore's office had been magically expanded to accommodate the unusual gathering, its walls stretching to create space for everyone while maintaining the familiar, comfortable atmosphere that had always made it a refuge for troubled students. The Death Eaters arranged themselves in a loose semicircle around Harry's chair, their positioning clearly defensive, despite their master's assurance that no threats were present. Fawkes. The Phoenix observed the gathering with intelligent eyes that seemed to reflect disapproval of the magical bonds that connected so many minds in such unnatural ways. The portraits of former headmasters had awakened from their usual dozing, their painted faces reflecting curiosity and concern at the unprecedented situation unfolding in their domain. "Now then," Dumbledore said, settling behind his desk with the composed manner that had calmed countless crises over his long career, "I believe it is time for complete honesty about what has transpired and what it might mean for everyone involved." What followed was the most difficult conversation of Harry's life, the story of his accidental acquisition of the Death Eater network, told in full, and without the careful omissions he had been using to protect everyone from the complete truth. The headmaster listened without interruption, his blue eyes reflecting deep thought as he processed the implications of what had occurred. The Death Eaters themselves learned details about their situation that many of them had not fully understood. The magical bonds that connected them to Harry were not simply loyalty charms that could be removed when convenient. They were fundamental alterations to their magical nature that would persist for the rest of their lives. Their newfound capacity for compassion and moral choice was real, but it was built on a foundation of magical compulsion that made their free will a complex and possibly meaningless concept. Most disturbing of all was Dumbledore's assessment of what would happen if the network were somehow severed. The magical backlash would likely kill everyone involved, Death Eaters and Harry alike. The bonds had become so integrated into their magical cores that removing them would be like trying to extract someone's soul while leaving them alive. "You have become," Dumbledore said with characteristic gentleness, "something unprecedented in magical history. A Dark Lord whose power is based on love rather than fear, whose followers choose compassion because they are magically compelled to mirror your moral nature. The ethical implications are staggering, but the practical reality is that this situation cannot be undone without destroying everyone involved." Through the network, Harry could sense the Death Eaters' reactions to this revelation. Some felt relief at the confirmation that their transformation was permanent, that they would never again be capable of the casual cruelty that had once defined their existence. Others experienced something approaching grief for the loss of their autonomous identity, their ability to choose who they wanted to be without magical interference. But all of them felt a deep gratitude toward Harry for accepting responsibility for their welfare, for choosing to protect them rather than abandon them to face Voldemort's wrath alone. Through their shared consciousness, he experienced their growing recognition that whatever moral autonomy they had lost, they had gained something potentially more valuable. The certainty that they would never again cause unnecessary suffering, never again choose cruelty over compassion, never again allow fear to drive them toward acts they would later regret. The realization that emerged from that shared understanding was both beautiful and terrible. The Death Eaters connected to Harry's network had not simply been reformed or rehabilitated, they had been fundamentally transformed into people who were incapable of choosing evil, who found genuine fulfillment in protecting rather than harming, who experienced their magical compulsions toward compassion as liberation rather than constraint. Harry Potter, the boy who had never wanted power over anyone, had accidentally created something that had never existed in magical history, an army of dark wizards who served the light not through conversion or persuasion, but through magical bonds that made service to good causes the only choice their altered nature could embrace. The question that remained was whether such transformation, however positive its results, could be morally justified when it eliminated the very free will that made moral choice meaningful in the first place. As Harry sat in Dumbledore's office, surrounded by 37 people whose lives and souls were bound to his consciousness in ways that defied every principle of individual autonomy he had ever been taught, he realized that some questions might be too complex for any answer that could provide true peace of mind. But through the network, he could sense their contentment with their transformed existence, their genuine happiness at being people who could choose mercy over cruelty, even if that choice was magically guaranteed. Whatever philosophical problems their situation might create, the practical reality was that 37 people who had once served the darkest wizard in history were now dedicated to protecting innocent life and promoting human welfare. Perhaps, Harry thought, as he felt their shared consciousness settling into the peaceful satisfaction that characterized their collective identity, the moral complexity of their situation was less important than the simple fact that the world was a better place because they existed in it. The attack came at dawn, when the castle was quiet, and most of its inhabitants still lost in sleep. Harry Potter jerked awake in his four-poster bed as waves of terror and agony flooded through the Death Eater network, 37 minds screaming in unison as Voldemort launched his most sophisticated assault yet on the magical bonds that connected them to their accidental master. But this wasn't the crude mental invasion that Harry had experienced before. This was something far more insidious and dangerous. Voldemort had spent weeks analyzing the network connection, studying its structure and identifying its weaknesses. What he had discovered was that the bonds operated as a two-way conduit, allowing influence to flow not just from Harry to the Death Eaters, but from them back to him as well. Through the network, Harry felt Voldemort's presence pressing against his consciousness like a tide of liquid darkness. The Dark Lord wasn't trying to break the connection or reclaim his former followers. Instead, he was attempting to corrupt the network from within, using the very bonds that had transformed his Death Eaters into instruments of compassion to turn them into something far more dangerous than they had ever been under his direct control. The sensation was indescribable. Harry's own protective instincts, magnified and twisted through 37 minds that were magically compelled to mirror his nature, began transforming into something monstrous. His desire to keep his friends safe became their certainty that anyone who had ever opposed Harry Potter needed to die. His frustration with the Ministry's incompetence evolved into their conviction that the entire government needed to be eliminated and rebuilt under their master's guidance. Most terrifying of all, Harry could feel his own moral compass beginning to shift under the influence of so many minds that were reflecting his darkest impulses back at him in amplified form. The temptation to embrace the power he wielded, to use his absolute authority over 37 dangerous wizards to reshape the wizarding world according to his vision, whispered seductively through bonds that made resistance increasingly difficult. Through McNair's eyes, Harry watched the man preparing to assault Diagon Alley, convinced that eliminating the shops that sold dark artifacts would protect his master from future threats. Rookwood was gathering intelligence on every Auror who had ever investigated Harry, his mind cataloguing their weaknesses and planning their systematic elimination. Even Bellatrix, whose transformation had seemed most complete, was reverting to her old patterns of cruel calculation as she planned attacks on anyone who had ever spoken against the boy who lived. But the most horrifying aspect of Voldemort's assault was the way it felt like a relief. The moral complexity that had been tearing Harry apart for months was suddenly simplified into absolute certainty. He was right, his enemies were wrong, and the power to enforce that righteousness flowed through magical bonds that made his will law for 37 of the most dangerous wizards alive. The realization that he was enjoying the corruption, that part of him wanted to embrace the dark clarity that Voldemort's influence offered, sent Harry into a state of panic that nearly shattered his connection to the network entirely. Through their shared consciousness, the Death Eaters felt their master's terror and responded with confusion and growing rage. If Harry Potter was afraid, then someone was threatening him, and threats to their master required immediate and violent response. In his dormitory, Harry clutched his head as competing impulses warred through the network connection. His rational mind screamed warnings about the danger he was facing, while deeper instincts whispered that he could end the war in a single day if he just stopped fighting against the power that was rightfully his. The magical backlash of his internal struggle sent shockwaves through Hogwarts' ancient stones. In the Gryffindor common room, portraits began screaming warnings about dark magic in the castle. The suits of armor that lined the corridors started marching in formation toward the tower where Harry was fighting his battle against corruption. Even the ghosts, normally immune to the concerns of the living, began manifesting with unusual solidity as they sensed the magical chaos that threatened to tear the school's protective wards apart. Through the network, Harry became aware that his struggle was having consequences far beyond Hogwarts. Death Eaters across Britain were experiencing their master's internal conflict as physical agony, their magical cores fluctuating wildly as competing influences fought for control of the bonds that defined their existence. Several had collapsed entirely, their consciousness lost in the chaos of Harry's corrupted network connection. But it was the realization that innocent people were beginning to suffer that finally gave Harry the strength to fight back against Voldemort's influence. Through Yaxley's perspective, he watched a Muggle family cowering in their home as the Death Eater prepared to eliminate what his corrupted instincts identified as potential witnesses to his master's activities. The terror in their eyes, the way the children clung to their parents, the absolute innocence of people who had never chosen to be part of the magical world's conflicts, all of it cut through the seductive darkness of absolute power like a blade of pure light. "No," Harry whispered, the word carrying all the authority and determination he could muster. The command rippled through the network with devastating force, overriding the corruption that Voldemort had introduced and reasserting Harry's fundamental nature as protector rather than destroyer. The effect was immediate and catastrophic. 37 Death Eaters across Britain suddenly found themselves torn between competing magical compulsions, their minds' battlegrounds, where Harry's protective instincts warred against Voldemort's corrupted influence. The magical stress of the conflict was enormous, threatening to tear apart consciousness that were already strained by months of unprecedented transformation. Through the network, Harry felt several Death Eaters approaching the breaking point, their minds fragmenting under the pressure of influences they couldn't reconcile. Mulciber was screaming in a cottage in Wales, his consciousness splintering as he tried to simultaneously obey commands to protect innocent life and eliminate threats to his master. Avery had collapsed in a London alley, his magical core fluctuating so wildly that sparks were cascading from his fingertips like deadly fireworks. But the most dangerous situation was developing around Bellatrix, whose proximity to both Harry and Voldemort made her the focal point of their competing influences. The woman was experiencing their battle as literal torture, her mind caught between loyalty bonds that demanded mutually exclusive responses to the same stimuli. Harry could sense her approaching Hogwarts with desperate urgency, driven by compulsions to both protect and destroy, to serve and rebel, to embrace darkness and choose light. Her consciousness was fracturing under the strain, and Harry realized with growing horror that if the conflict continued much longer, it would kill her and potentially every other Death Eater connected to his network. The choice he faced was terrible in its simplicity. He could surrender to Voldemort's corruption, embracing the dark power that would transform his protective instincts into instruments of tyranny, or he could fight back with everything he had, risking the lives of 37 people who had been accidentally bound to his consciousness and were now paying the price for his unwilling leadership. Through the network, Harry felt their trust in him, even as their minds tore themselves apart in service to competing masters. They believed in him, trusted him to find a solution that would preserve their newfound capacity for good while protecting them from the consequences of their connection to his consciousness. The solution, when it came to him, was so audacious and dangerous that Harry hesitated for precious seconds before embracing its terrible logic. Instead of fighting against Voldemort's corruption or surrendering to it, he would turn the Dark Lord's own strategies against him. If the network could be used to amplify and transmit Harry's nature to the Death Eaters, then it could also be used to project their combined will back at Voldemort himself. The spell that Harry began weaving was unlike anything he had ever attempted, drawing on knowledge and techniques that flowed to him through the network from 37 minds that had spent years studying the darkest aspects of magic. Bellatrix's expertise with curse work, Rookwood's understanding of magical theory, McNair's knowledge of power amplification, all of it combined in Harry's consciousness to create something unprecedented in magical history. Instead of simply resisting Voldemort's mental assault, Harry opened the network connection completely, allowing the Dark Lord's consciousness direct access to every mind connected to his own. But the trap was carefully set. As Voldemort's influence flowed into the network, it encountered not just Harry's protective nature, but the combined moral weight of 37 people who had been transformed by months of connection to someone who valued compassion over cruelty. The effect on Voldemort was immediate and devastating. The Dark Lord's consciousness, shaped by decades of deliberate dehumanization and the systematic destruction of every positive emotion, suddenly found itself flooded with experiences of mercy, protection, and genuine care for human welfare. Through the network, he experienced what it felt like to choose compassion over cruelty, to protect the innocent rather than exploit them, to find strength in love rather than fear. But even more damaging than the direct exposure to positive emotions was the way the network forced Voldemort to experience his own past actions through the perspectives of people who now found such cruelty fundamentally abhorrent. Every torture session, every murder, every act of casual destruction that had defined his rise to power was suddenly viewed through 38 sets of eyes that understood the true cost of such choices. The backlash was enormous. Voldemort's scream of rage and anguish echoed through the network like a sonic boom, shattering the mental barriers that had protected his consciousness from the consequences of his actions for decades. For the first time since his transformation into a being of pure malevolence, Tom Riddle was forced to confront the full horror of what he had chosen to become. Through the network, Harry felt the Dark Lord's desperate attempt to withdraw from the connection, to escape the flood of unwanted emotion and moral clarity that threatened to tear apart his carefully constructed identity as a being beyond human weakness. But the trap was too well designed, the network too deeply integrated into the magical bonds that connected all of them, for easy escape. Instead of withdrawal, Voldemort found himself drawn deeper into the network, his consciousness becoming entangled with the very people he had spent months trying to reclaim or destroy. The irony was not lost on any of them that the Dark Lord's attempt to corrupt Harry's followers had resulted in his own unwilling connection to their transformed nature. The battle that followed was fought entirely in the realm of consciousness, 39 minds locked in a struggle that would determine not just their individual fates, but the future of the wizarding world itself. Harry found himself at the center of a maelstrom of competing wills. his own determination to protect innocent life serving as an anchor for the Death Eaters, while simultaneously providing a target for Voldemort's increasingly desperate attacks. But the Dark Lord was fighting at a fundamental disadvantage. His entire identity was built on the rejection of human connection, the systematic elimination of every quality that might make him vulnerable to the bonds that tied other people together. Confronted with a network that operated through love, protection, and mutual care, he had no defenses against influences he had spent decades learning to reject. Through their shared consciousness, Harry watched Voldemort's carefully constructed persona beginning to crack under the pressure of enforced empathy. Memories that had been buried beneath layers of hatred and cruelty began surfacing, fragments of Tom Riddle's original personality that had been suppressed but never entirely destroyed. The young boy who had terrorized other children at the orphanage, but who had also known fear and loneliness. The brilliant student who had impressed his teachers while secretly planning their destruction. The handsome, charismatic wizard who had gathered followers through a combination of inspiration and intimidation, never understanding that true loyalty could only be built on genuine connection rather than domination. But even as Voldemort struggled against the network's influence, Harry realized that the battle was taking a terrible toll on everyone involved. The Death Eaters were being torn apart by the conflict between their transformed nature and the presence of their former master's consciousness in their shared mental space. Several had already lost coherent thought, their minds fragmenting under the strain of incompatible magical influences. Harry himself was approaching the limits of his endurance, his consciousness stretched across too many minds, and struggling to maintain the network connections that were the only thing preventing total psychological collapse for everyone involved. The power required to maintain the trap he had created was enormous, drawing on magical reserves that he didn't possess and couldn't sustain for much longer. It was Snape's intervention that ultimately tipped the balance of the conflict in their favor. The potions master appeared in the Gryffindor dormitory like a shadow materializing from nightmare, his black eyes reflecting grim determination as he assessed the magical chaos that was threatening to tear Harry's consciousness apart. Without hesitation, Snape added his own formidable occlumency skills to the network, creating mental barriers that helped contain Voldemort's influence while protecting the Death Eaters from the worst effects of their former master's unwilling presence. But Snape's most crucial contribution was his intimate knowledge of Tom Riddle's psychological vulnerabilities, gained through years of service to both Voldemort and Dumbledore. Through the network connection, he guided Harry toward the specific memories and emotions that would have the greatest impact on the Dark Lord's fragmenting psyche. The memory of Lily Potter's sacrifice, experienced not through Harry's perspective, but through the consciousness of 37 people who now understood the true power of selfless love. The deaths of countless innocent victims, viewed through eyes that had learned to value every human life as precious and irreplaceable. The systematic destruction of everything beautiful and hopeful in the wizarding world, witnessed by minds that had discovered the joy of protecting rather than destroying. But the final blow came from an unexpected source. Bellatrix, whose fractured consciousness had been the catalyst for the entire conflict, suddenly projected a memory that none of them had anticipated. Not a moment of cruelty or violence, but something from her childhood at Grimmauld Place, playing with her cousin Sirius in the garden behind the ancient house. A moment of pure, innocent happiness before the Black family's obsession with blood purity and dark magic had twisted her into something monstrous. The memory hit Voldemort's consciousness like a physical blow, reminding him not just of what he had destroyed in others, but of what he had destroyed in himself. The capacity for joy, for genuine connection, for the simple pleasure of existing in a world that contained beauty and wonder, rather than nothing but threats to be eliminated and obstacles to be overcome. The Dark Lord's scream of defeat echoed through the network one final time before his consciousness was ejected from the connection with such force that Harry felt the magical backlash in every nerve ending. Voldemort's presence vanished from their shared mental space like a tumor being torn from healthy tissue, leaving behind only the confused relief of minds that were finally free to be what they had chosen to become. In the aftermath of the battle, the Death Eater network settled into a configuration that felt fundamentally different from anything they had experienced before. The connections were still there, the bonds of loyalty and shared consciousness that linked Harry to 37 transformed dark wizards. But the network no longer felt like magical compulsion imposing foreign will on unwilling minds. Instead, it felt like chosen family, like people who had found each other across impossible circumstances and decided to build something beautiful from the wreckage of their past mistakes. The magical bonds remained, but they now served to enhance and support individual choice rather than replace it with external control. Through the network, Harry could sense the Death Eaters' growing understanding of what they had experienced and what it meant for their future. They were still connected to him, still influenced by his moral nature through magical bonds they couldn't break. But those bonds no longer felt like chains. They felt like the foundation for lives that had meaning beyond the pursuit of power or the fear of death. Harry collapsed back onto his bed as the immediate crisis passed, his consciousness exhausted by the battle, but filled with something that might have been hope. The network was stable, the Death Eaters were safe, and Voldemort's attempt to reclaim his former followers had failed so completely that Harry suspected it would be a long time before the Dark Lord attempted another direct assault. But more than that, something fundamental had changed in the nature of the connections that bound them all together. The battle had forced everyone involved to confront the reality of their situation, to acknowledge the moral complexity of magical bonds that eliminated free will while enabling genuine transformation toward good. What emerged from that confrontation was not the resolution of their ethical dilemma, but the acceptance that some questions were too complex for simple answers. The Death Eaters were still magically compelled to mirror Harry's moral nature, but their experience of that compulsion had evolved into something that felt more like liberation than constraint. Through the network, Harry felt their collective decision to embrace their transformed existence, to build their future on the foundation of magical bonds that guaranteed they would never again choose cruelty over compassion. They were no longer Death Eaters in any meaningful sense, no longer servants of darkness who happened to be temporarily reformed. They were something new, something unprecedented in magical history, people who had chosen to be better than they were, even if that choice was supported and reinforced by magic they couldn't control or escape. As dawn light filtered through the windows of Gryffindor Tower, Harry realized that the war had entered a new phase. Voldemort's direct assault on the network had failed, but it had also revealed the true scope of what Harry had accidentally created. He was no longer just a boy who had gained influence over Death Eaters. He was the leader of something that had never existed before, a group of dark wizards who served the light not through conversion or coercion, but through magical transformation that had made service to good the only choice their altered nature could embrace. The question that remained was whether the wizarding world was ready for the existence of reformed Death Eaters, whose rehabilitation was guaranteed by magic rather than achieved through traditional justice and forgiveness. But through the network, Harry could sense his followers' determination to prove themselves worthy of the second chance they had been given, regardless of how that chance had come about. They had survived Voldemort's attempt to reclaim them, had chosen their new master over their old one, even when that choice meant experiencing psychological torment beyond anything they had previously endured. Whatever else the future might bring, Harry knew that the 37 people connected to his consciousness would stand with him against any threat to the innocent lives they were now magically compelled to protect. The boy who had never wanted power over anyone had become something unprecedented and potentially terrifying. A Dark Lord whose authority was based on love rather than fear, whose followers chose compassion because their magical nature made cruelty impossible. But as Harry felt their shared consciousness settling into the peaceful satisfaction that characterized their collective identity, he realized that the moral complexity of their situation mattered less than the simple fact that 37 people who had once served evil now found fulfillment in protecting the innocent and promoting human welfare. Perhaps that was enough. Perhaps the means by which they had arrived at goodness was less important than their commitment to remain there, whatever the cost to their individual autonomy or the philosophical purity of their moral choices. Through the network, Harry felt their answer to that question, a resounding agreement that their transformed existence was not a burden to be endured, but a gift to be cherished. They had found peace in service to something greater than themselves, had discovered joy in protection rather than destruction, had learned that true strength came from connection rather than domination. Whatever else the future might hold, they would face it together, bound by magical links that guaranteed they would never lose sight of the humanity they had fought so hard to reclaim. The transformation that followed Voldemort's failed assault on the network was profound and immediate. Within hours of the Dark Lord's defeat, Harry Potter found himself at the center of something unprecedented in magical history. A coordinated campaign of rehabilitation and resistance, carried out by 37 people who had once served as instruments of terror, but now found their greatest purpose in protecting the innocent. The change began subtly, with small acts of kindness and protection that rippled outward through the wizarding world like stones dropped into still water. Theodore Nott Sr., whose family had profited from dark magic for generations, began using his extensive contacts and resources to establish safe houses for Muggle-born families fleeing Voldemort's persecution. The man moved through pure-blood social circles with the same aristocratic confidence he had always displayed, but now his conversations were filled with carefully planted suggestions about the wisdom of moderation and the dangers of extremism. Through the network, Harry experienced Nott's growing satisfaction as he manipulated his former associates into positions where they could do less harm to innocent people. The man's natural cunning, once used to further Voldemort's agenda of hatred and division, was now focused on creating networks of support and protection for the most vulnerable members of wizarding society. But Nott's efforts were only the beginning of what the reformed Death Eaters accomplished once they began working together with coordinated purpose. McNair, whose intimate knowledge of magical creature trafficking had once served to supply Voldemort with dangerous allies, was now systematically dismantling the very networks he had helped create. Illegal breeding operations were discovered and shut down, often through anonymous tips that led Aurors to precisely the right locations at exactly the right times. Through McNair's perspective, Harry watched the man liberating dozens of dragons, phoenixes, and other powerful creatures from captivity, his expertise allowing him to handle beings that would have killed anyone with less knowledge. But what struck Harry most was the genuine joy that McNair experienced in his work, the deep satisfaction of using his skills to heal rather than harm. Rookwood's contributions were perhaps the most strategically significant. The former Unspeakable's intimate knowledge of ministry operations, combined with his extensive network of contacts throughout the government, made him uniquely positioned to provide intelligence that could save lives and prevent atrocities. But instead of simply feeding information to the Order of the Phoenix, Rookwood had developed something far more sophisticated. Through carefully orchestrated leaks and strategic misinformation, he was creating confusion and mistrust within Voldemort's remaining organization. Death Eaters who had stayed loyal to the Dark Lord found themselves questioning orders, doubting intelligence, and increasingly unable to coordinate effective attacks. Rookwood's campaign of psychological warfare was slowly but systematically destroying Voldemort's ability to operate as an effective military force. But perhaps the most remarkable transformation was occurring within Bellatrix Lestrange herself. The woman who had once been Voldemort's most devoted and ruthless follower was now channeling her formidable magical abilities and tactical expertise into something that would have been unthinkable during her years of service to darkness. Through the network, Harry watched her infiltrating the circles of remaining Death Eaters, not to recruit them back to Voldemort's cause, but to plant seeds of doubt and compassion that would eventually lead them to question their fundamental beliefs about power, purity, and the value of human life. Bellatrix's approach was subtle and psychologically sophisticated, building on her intimate understanding of how dark wizards thought and what motivated them to embrace cruelty over compassion. She spoke to them in their own language, using arguments they could understand and appeals that resonated with their existing worldview. But gradually, almost imperceptibly, she was introducing concepts that would eventually lead them to conclusions she wanted them to reach. Through her consciousness, Harry experienced the delicate art of ideological conversion, the patient work of helping people discover truths about themselves and their world that they had never been encouraged to explore. It was manipulation in service of liberation, control exercised to create the conditions for genuine choice, and the results were both beautiful and disturbing to witness. Several Death Eaters who had been exposed to Bellatrix's influence were beginning to show signs of the same moral awakening that had transformed her own consciousness. They questioned orders with more frequency, showed reluctance to harm innocent people, and demonstrated growing discomfort with the casual cruelty that characterized Voldemort's organization. Some had even begun reaching out to family members they had abandoned or alienated during their service to darkness, seeking reconciliation and forgiveness for past actions. But the most significant development was the way these individual efforts were beginning to coordinate into something resembling a coherent strategy. The reformed Death Eaters weren't simply acting on their own initiative anymore. Through their shared connection to Harry's consciousness, they were developing collective goals and working together to achieve them with an efficiency that would have impressed military strategists. They had become, without anyone planning or intending it, a secret army dedicated to undermining Voldemort's power from within, while simultaneously protecting innocent people from the consequences of an increasingly desperate and unpredictable war. Their knowledge of dark magic, their understanding of how evil organizations operated, and their access to information and resources that were beyond the reach of traditional law enforcement made them uniquely effective at tasks that would have been impossible for anyone else. Harry found himself spending increasing amounts of time coordinating their activities, not through direct commands, but through the subtle influence of shared emotions and priorities that flowed through the network connection. When he felt concern for a particular family at risk, that concern was amplified and transmitted to every connected Death Eater, resulting in protection that appeared coincidental, but was actually carefully orchestrated. When intelligence about planned attacks reached his awareness through one member of the network, that information was automatically shared with others who were positioned to act on it effectively. The result was a level of coordination and responsiveness that traditional organizations could never achieve. But it also meant that Harry was becoming something he had never intended to be: the hidden commander of a shadow war that was being fought across the breadth of magical Britain. The psychological toll of this responsibility was enormous. Every success that the network achieved, every life saved, and every atrocity prevented, carried with it the knowledge that Harry's influence had made it possible. But every failure, every person who suffered because the network couldn't reach them in time or couldn't provide adequate protection, also felt like his personal responsibility. Through the network, Harry experienced the full scope of Voldemort's remaining cruelty, with an intimacy that was both necessary for effective resistance and psychologically devastating to endure. He felt the terror of families hiding in safe houses that weren't safe enough. He witnessed the torture of captured Order members through the eyes of Death Eaters who were forced to participate but could no longer stomach the violence they were compelled to inflict. Most painfully of all, he experienced the internal struggle of Death Eaters who remained loyal to Voldemort, but were beginning to question that loyalty as they witnessed the consequences of their actions through eyes that could no longer avoid seeing their victims as fully human. These were people caught between magical compulsions they couldn't break and growing consciences they couldn't silence, and their suffering was a constant presence in Harry's awareness. It was during one particularly difficult night, as Harry lay awake processing the emotional residue of a dozen different missions and interventions, that Dumbledore appeared in the Gryffindor dormitory with the silent grace that characterized his most serious visits. The headmaster's blue eyes reflected deep concern as he studied Harry's obvious exhaustion, the toll that constant connection to so many troubled minds was taking on someone who was still, fundamentally, a 16-year-old boy trying to navigate the complexities of adolescence while wielding unprecedented magical power. "Harry," Dumbledore said gently, settling into a chair that hadn't been there moments before. "I believe we need to discuss the recent developments in your unique situation. The magical signatures I have been monitoring suggest that your network has evolved beyond anything we previously understood." Through the network, Harry could sense that several Death Eaters had detected Dumbledore's presence and were interpreting it as a potential threat requiring immediate response. The protective instincts that bound them to his consciousness had grown stronger and more sophisticated over the months, creating elaborate protocols for ensuring his safety that sometimes felt more like imprisonment than protection. "They're everywhere," Harry said quietly, his voice reflecting the weariness that had become a constant companion. "Not just in Britain anymore. The network is spreading. When they recruit new members to their cause, when they convince other Death Eaters to question their loyalty to Voldemort, those people become connected to me somehow, loosely. But it's there." Dumbledore nodded slowly, his expression suggesting that this development was troubling but not entirely unexpected. The magical bonds that connect you to the original 37 appear to be replicating themselves, creating secondary and tertiary connections that extend your influence far beyond its original scope. You are becoming, whether you intended it or not, the center of a growing network of reformed dark wizards. The implications of what Dumbledore was describing were staggering. Harry had begun with accidental influence over 37 Death Eaters, but that network was now expanding to include anyone who was significantly influenced by their transformed worldview. The mathematical possibilities were terrifying. If each connected Death Eater convinced two others to question their loyalty to Voldemort, and those people became connected to Harry's consciousness as well, the network could theoretically encompass every dark wizard in Europe within a matter of years. But Harry, what concerns me most is not the expansion of your influence, but the toll it is taking on your individual consciousness. You are processing the thoughts, emotions, and experiences of dozens of people simultaneously, many of whom are dealing with profound trauma and moral conflict. No human mind was designed to carry such a burden. Through the network, Harry felt the Death Eaters' immediate concern for their master's well-being, their growing certainty that anyone who suggested he might be suffering because of his connection to them needed to be eliminated for his own protection. The irony that Dumbledore might be in danger from the very people whose rehabilitation he was trying to discuss was not lost on anyone involved. "No," Harry said firmly, sending the command through the network with enough force to override their protective instincts. "Professor Dumbledore is not a threat. He's trying to help me understand what's happening and how to manage it safely." The response was immediate compliance, but Harry could sense their continued unease at the suggestion that their connection to him might be causing harm. Through their shared consciousness, he felt their growing determination to find ways to reduce the burden they placed on his mind, while maintaining the bonds that had given their lives meaning and purpose. What they discovered, through careful experimentation and the combined magical knowledge of 37 reformed dark wizards, was both elegant and unprecedented. Instead of simply drawing on Harry's consciousness for moral guidance and emotional stability, they began contributing their own strength back to him through the network connection. Rookwood's analytical intelligence helped Harry process the vast amounts of information flowing through the network more efficiently. McNair's knowledge of magical creature behavior provided insights into human psychology, that made it easier to understand and manage the complex emotions of so many connected minds. Even Bellatrix's intimate familiarity with madness and recovery offered perspectives on mental resilience that helped Harry maintain his sanity under impossible circumstances. But the most significant contribution came from an unexpected source. Severus Snape, whose connection to the network had always been somewhat different from the others, began teaching Harry advanced occlumency techniques specifically designed for managing multiple simultaneous mental connections. The lessons took place in Snape's private laboratory, surrounded by bubbling cauldrons and shelves lined with ingredients that most people preferred not to contemplate. But the professor's expertise with mental magic, combined with his intimate knowledge of how the network operated, made him uniquely qualified to help Harry develop the skills he needed to survive his expanding responsibilities. The techniques Snape taught were unlike anything in traditional occlumency texts. Instead of building walls to keep foreign thoughts out of his mind, Harry learned to create channels that allowed beneficial influences to flow through his consciousness without overwhelming his individual identity. He developed methods for processing multiple streams of emotion and experience simultaneously, without losing track of which thoughts and feelings belonged to him personally. Most importantly, he learned to recognize when the network was beginning to impose foreign perspectives on his own worldview, and how to maintain his essential self while still allowing the wisdom and experience of connected minds to inform his decisions. The process was exhausting and occasionally dangerous, requiring Harry to maintain conscious control over magical forces that operated below the threshold of normal awareness. But gradually, he began to experience the network not as a burden to be endured, but as a resource that enhanced rather than diminished his individual capabilities. Through their shared consciousness, the Death Eaters felt Harry's growing mastery of the skills required to manage their collective existence, and their relief was palpable. They had been terrified that their connection to him was slowly destroying the person they had come to regard as their salvation, their guide back to the humanity they had thought they had lost forever. But now they could sense that Harry was not only surviving his role as their unwilling leader, but actually growing stronger because of it. The network was becoming less like magical compulsion imposed on unwilling minds, and more like a chosen family that supported and enhanced the growth of every member. The evolution of their collective identity was most apparent during their response to Voldemort's increasingly desperate attempts to strike back at what he had come to recognize as an existential threat to his power. The Dark Lord's remaining followers were becoming less effective with each passing week, their ability to coordinate attacks undermined by the growing influence of reformed Death Eaters who were working to sabotage his operations from within. But Voldemort's response to these setbacks was to escalate the brutality of his methods, targeting not just his enemies, but anyone who might conceivably be connected to the network that had stolen so many of his followers. Muggle families were attacked, not because they posed any threat, but because terrorizing innocents might force Harry to reveal himself or make strategic mistakes. The network's response to these atrocities was swift and coordinated. Instead of simply trying to prevent attacks or minimize casualties after they occurred, the reformed Death Eaters began taking proactive measures to eliminate threats before they could manifest. Through carefully orchestrated campaigns of misinformation, they convinced several of Voldemort's remaining followers that their colleagues were planning to betray them to the Ministry. The resulting paranoia and internal conflict crippled the Dark Lord's ability to trust his own intelligence network, making it nearly impossible for him to plan effective operations. They also began using their knowledge of dark magic and illegal magical practices to provide the Ministry with information that led to arrests and prosecutions of wizards who were supporting Voldemort's cause without being formal Death Eaters. Black market suppliers, corrupt officials, and wealthy purebloods who funded dark magic research found themselves facing criminal charges based on evidence that seemed to materialize from nowhere, but was actually the result of meticulous investigation by people who understood their methods intimately. But perhaps the most effective aspect of their campaign was the way they began turning Voldemort's own tactics against his remaining organization. Fear, intimidation, and the systematic elimination of opposition had been the cornerstones of the Dark Lord's rise to power. Now those same methods were being used to dismantle what remained of his support network. Death Eaters who refused to question their loyalty found themselves experiencing the same terror they had once inflicted on others, but with a crucial difference. Instead of being terrorized to maintain their obedience, they were being shown the consequences of their choices and given opportunities to choose different paths. Some took those opportunities, recognizing that their continued service to Voldemort was leading them toward destruction and meaninglessness. Others doubled down on their commitment to darkness, but found themselves increasingly isolated as their colleagues abandoned the cause or disappeared entirely. Through the network, Harry watched this campaign unfold with a mixture of satisfaction and unease. The results were undeniably positive. Fewer innocent people were being hurt, Voldemort's power was declining rapidly, and dozens of dark wizards were discovering that they could choose to be better than they had been. But the methods required to achieve these outcomes were often morally ambiguous at best, involving deception, manipulation, and psychological warfare that felt uncomfortably similar to the tactics they were opposing. The ethical complexity of their situation was brought into sharp focus during a mission to infiltrate and neutralize a Death Eater cell that was planning to attack Diagon Alley during the busy holiday shopping season. The intelligence came through Rookwood's ministry contacts. The tactical planning was coordinated through the network's collective expertise, and the execution involved a level of deception and misdirection that would have impressed the most sophisticated criminal organizations. But when the mission succeeded, when the attack was prevented, and the perpetrators were captured without any innocent casualties, Harry found himself struggling to feel the satisfaction that such outcomes should have provided. The people he had saved would never know how close they had come to disaster, would never understand that their safety had been purchased through methods that violated every principle of honest dealing and straightforward confrontation he had been taught to value. Through the network, he felt the reformed Death Eater's awareness of his moral struggle and their own complex emotions about the work they were doing. They took no pleasure in deception or manipulation, found no satisfaction in terrorizing their former colleagues, even when such tactics were necessary to prevent greater harm. But they also understood, in ways that Harry was still learning, that the luxury of moral purity was something they could not afford when innocent lives hung in the balance. Their perspective was shaped by years of experience with the consequences of inaction, with the knowledge of what happened when good people failed to take effective measures against evil because those measures were distasteful or ethically complicated. They had seen too much suffering caused by moral paralysis, had witnessed too many atrocities that could have been prevented if someone had been willing to make hard choices and accept the psychological costs of necessary action. But they also recognized that Harry's moral discomfort was not weakness, but strength, a sign that he remained fundamentally committed to principles that prevented him from becoming the kind of person who could order atrocities with a clear conscience. His struggle with the ethical implications of their methods was exactly what made him worthy of their loyalty and trust. Through their shared consciousness, they began teaching him something that was not covered in any Hogwarts curriculum: how to maintain your essential humanity while doing work that required you to act in ways that felt inhuman, how to preserve your capacity for moral judgment while making decisions that involved choosing between different kinds of harm, how to live with the knowledge that sometimes protecting innocence required embracing moral complexity that could never be fully resolved or forgiven. It was the education that no 16-year-old should have needed, but it was also preparation for responsibilities that no previous generation had been forced to shoulder. Harry Potter was becoming something unprecedented in magical history, a moral leader whose authority was based not on the purity of his methods, but on the consistency of his commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. The network that connected him to 37 reformed Death Eaters had evolved into something that transcended traditional categories of good and evil, light and dark. They were people who had chosen to dedicate their existence to preventing harm and promoting human welfare, but who were willing to use any methods necessary to achieve those goals, regardless of the personal cost to their individual moral standing. Perhaps that was what true responsibility looked like, the willingness to sacrifice your own moral purity for the greater good, while never losing sight of the principles that made such sacrifice meaningful rather than merely pragmatic. Through the network, Harry felt their collective agreement with that assessment, their shared commitment to carrying burdens that allowed others to remain innocent of the moral complexity required to keep them safe. They had found purpose in service to something greater than themselves, had discovered meaning in protection rather than domination, and had learned that the price of such purpose was the eternal vigilance required to ensure that their methods never corrupted their essential goals. The war was changing, evolving from a conflict between clearly defined sides into something more subtle and complex. But through their shared consciousness, Harry and the reformed Death Eaters were confident that they were winning the battles that mattered most: the fight for individual souls, the struggle to create conditions where people could choose compassion over cruelty, and the patient work of building a world where power served love rather than demanding its sacrifice. The hunt for Horcruxes had always been a solitary endeavor in Harry Potter's mind, a burden that Dumbledore had placed on his shoulders with the understanding that knowledge of Voldemort's most carefully guarded secrets should be limited to as few people as possible. But as Harry stood in the room of requirement, surrounded by the detritus of decades and searching for objects that might contain fragments of the Dark Lord's soul, he realized that his connection to the Death Eater network had transformed even this most personal mission into something far more complex and collaborative than he had ever intended. Through their shared consciousness, Harry could sense 37 minds focused on his search with an intensity that bordered on obsession. Every object he examined, every potential hiding place he investigated, every theory about where Voldemort might have concealed pieces of his fractured soul was immediately shared with people who had intimate knowledge of their former master's psychology and methods, but it was Bellatrix's expertise that proved most valuable in understanding the twisted logic that had guided Voldemort's choices. Through her consciousness, Harry experienced memories of conversations about immortality, power, and the magical methods that could preserve consciousness beyond the death of the physical body. The woman had been closer to Voldemort than any other Death Eater, trusted with secrets that he had shared with no one else, and her transformed nature meant that knowledge was now available to serve the very cause she had once opposed. The locket is in a cave. Bellatrix's mental voice carried certainty that came from direct experience. By the sea, protected by Inferi and a potion that causes visions of your worst fears. He told me about it once, when he was explaining why traditional methods of achieving immortality were insufficient for someone of his power and vision. Through the network connection, Harry felt the woman's revulsion at the memory, her horror at having once listened with fascination to descriptions of magic so dark it required the murder of innocents to achieve. But her emotional reaction was tempered by determination to use that knowledge to undo the evil she had once helped create. The information about the cave led to the most dangerous mission Harry had ever attempted, but instead of facing the challenge alone, or with a single companion as Dumbledore had done, he found himself accompanied by a team of reformed Death Eaters whose combined expertise made them uniquely qualified to navigate the magical defenses that protected Voldemort's secrets. Rookwood's knowledge of Ministry detection methods allowed them to approach the cave without triggering the monitoring charms that would have alerted Aurors to their presence. McNair's understanding of dark creatures provided insights into the nature and weaknesses of the Inferi that guarded the locket. Even Wormtail, whose connection to the network had always been tenuous and conflicted, contributed intelligence about the cave's location and the specific rituals Voldemort had performed to protect his Horcrux. But it was the psychological support provided by 37 minds that proved most crucial when Harry was forced to drink the potion that protected the locket. The magical liquid that Dumbledore had described as causing visions of worst fears and compelling the drinker to continue consuming it, regardless of the psychological damage, was designed to be faced alone, to break down individual mental defenses through isolation and despair. Instead, Harry found himself experiencing his worst fears while simultaneously sharing the emotional strength of people who understood suffering intimately and had learned to transform it into sources of resilience rather than weakness. Through Bellatrix's consciousness, he felt her memories of recovery from madness and the patient work of rebuilding identity after psychological destruction. Through McNair's mind, he experienced the man's knowledge of how to endure physical and emotional pain without losing sight of goals that made such suffering meaningful. Most surprisingly, it was Snape's presence in the network that provided the most effective protection against the potion's psychological assault. The professor's expertise with mental magic, combined with his intimate knowledge of Harry's deepest fears and insecurities, allowed him to guide Harry's consciousness through the worst effects of the magical torture while maintaining enough coherence to complete the mission. The locket they retrieved was everything Bellatrix had described, and worse. Through the network, every connected Death Eater felt the malevolent presence of their former master's soul fragment, the concentrated evil that radiated from the Horcrux like heat from a forge. But they also felt something else, the absolute certainty that this piece of Voldemort could be destroyed, that their former master's claim to immortality was built on magic that could be undone by people who understood it intimately enough to exploit its weaknesses. The destruction of the locket required knowledge and techniques that no single person possessed, but which became accessible through the collective expertise of 37 reformed dark wizards. Bellatrix's understanding of the magic that bound soul fragments to physical objects, combined with Rookwood's theoretical knowledge of magical destruction methods and McNair's practical experience with objects that contained dangerous magical essences, created an approach that was both more effective and safer than anything Harry could have attempted alone. But the most significant aspect of destroying the Horcrux was the way it affected every member of the network simultaneously. As the locket was consumed by fiendfire that had been carefully controlled and directed through their shared magical knowledge, 37 people experienced the death of their former master's soul fragment as a form of liberation that was both physical and spiritual. Through their consciousness, Harry felt years of magical compulsion and psychological manipulation being burned away like impurities being removed from precious metal. The destruction of the Horcrux didn't just eliminate a piece of Voldemort's soul, it also severed connections to his influence that had persisted in subtle ways even after their transformation through Harry's network. The Ravenclaw diadem presented different challenges that required different expertise from the network's collective knowledge. Hidden in the room of requirement at Hogwarts, protected by centuries of magical accumulation and concealment charms that had been layered by countless students seeking to hide their possessions, it should have been nearly impossible to locate among the thousands of objects stored in that space. But Harry's connection to 37 minds that had been trained to think like Voldemort provided insights that traditional search methods could never have achieved. Through their shared understanding of their former master's psychology, they were able to narrow the search to areas where someone, with his specific combination of arrogance, paranoia, and attachment to magical history, would be most likely to hide something precious. It was Crabbe Sr. who provided the crucial insight that led them to the diadem's location. The man's intimate knowledge of his son's activities at Hogwarts, combined with his understanding of how Voldemort thought about places that had been significant in his own education, created a map of possibilities that reduced their search from impossible to merely difficult. Through the network, Harry experienced the older Crabbe's complex emotions as he helped locate an object that his own child might have unknowingly encountered during his time at school. The man's guilt over the path his son had chosen was tempered by determination to prevent other families from being destroyed by the same forces that had corrupted his own. But it was the discovery of Nagini's true nature that presented the greatest challenge to both Harry's mission and his relationship with the network that had become his most trusted resource. The revelation that Voldemort's beloved snake was itself a Horcrux, carrying within her consciousness a fragment of the Dark Lord's soul, created moral complexities that threatened to tear apart the careful balance of compassion and pragmatism that defined their collective identity. Through McNair's expertise with magical creatures, they understood that Nagini was not simply a snake that had been transformed into a vessel for dark magic. She was a being whose consciousness had been fundamentally altered by her connection to Voldemort, her natural instincts and behaviors shaped by decades of exposure to concentrated evil. The fragment of soul she carried had made her complicit in countless murders, but it had also made her a victim of magical torture that no creature should have been forced to endure. The debate that followed among the network members was the most intense philosophical discussion Harry had ever experienced. Through their shared consciousness, 37 people who had been transformed from instruments of evil into agents of protection struggled with the question of whether destroying Nagini was justice or simply another form of murder. Some argued that the snake's crimes, however influenced by magical compulsion, were real and required appropriate consequences. Others maintained that executing a being whose consciousness had been corrupted by forces beyond her control was fundamentally no different from the casual cruelty they had once practiced as Death Eaters. But it was Bellatrix who provided the insight that ultimately resolved their moral dilemma. Through her consciousness, the network experienced her memories of being controlled by magical compulsion, of having her thoughts and actions shaped by forces that made free will a meaningless concept. She understood better than anyone what it meant to be held responsible for crimes committed while under the influence of magic that eliminated choice and moral autonomy. The snake is what we all were. Bellatrix's mental voice carried certainty born of personal experience. A victim of magical torture who was forced to become an instrument of evil through no choice of her own. If we believe that transformation and redemption are possible, if we believe that consciousness can be restored even after the deepest corruption, then we must find another way to deal with the Horcrux she carries. The solution they developed was unprecedented in magical history. Instead of destroying Nagini to eliminate the Horcrux she contained, they would attempt to extract Voldemort's soul fragment while preserving the snake's consciousness and giving her the opportunity to choose who she wanted to become without the influence of concentrated evil. The magical theory required to accomplish such precise separation drew on knowledge from every member of the network. Rookwood's understanding of soul magic, Bellatrix's intimate familiarity with the specific techniques Voldemort had used to create his Horcruxes, McNair's expertise with the magical nature of different creatures, all combined with Harry's unique connection to both Voldemort and the network to create a procedure that was both theoretically sound and practically terrifying to attempt. The extraction took place in the depths of Hogwarts, surrounded by protective wards that drew on the combined magical power of 37 reformed Death Eaters. Through their shared consciousness, Harry experienced the procedure from multiple perspectives simultaneously. The careful magical manipulation required to separate soul from soul without destroying either. The physical agony that Nagini experienced as decades of magical torture was slowly reversed, and the gradual emergence of consciousness that had been suppressed for so long that it had almost been lost entirely. But the most remarkable aspect of the extraction was what it revealed about the nature of redemption and transformation. As Voldemort's soul fragment was carefully separated from Nagini's consciousness, the network experienced something unprecedented. The snake's gradual return to her original nature, freed from the magical compulsions that had made her an instrument of murder and terror, and, through her liberated consciousness, they felt her confusion and fear as she struggled to understand what she had been forced to become and what she might choose to be in the future. but they also felt her gratitude for being given the opportunity to exist without the constant presence of concentrated evil shaping her thoughts and actions. The snake chose to remain at Hogwarts, finding peace in the gardens and grounds that had been denied to her during her years of imprisonment within Voldemort's magical influence. Her presence served as a living reminder that redemption was possible even for those who had been most deeply corrupted by dark magic, and that consciousness could be restored even after the most profound psychological torture. But perhaps the most significant discovery during their Horcrux hunting was the realization that Harry himself carried the knowledge needed to locate Voldemort's remaining soul fragments. His connection to the Dark Lord through his scar, combined with the network's collective understanding of their former master's psychology, created a form of magical resonance that made finding the hidden Horcruxes significantly easier than anyone had expected. The Cup of Hufflepuff, hidden in the vault at Gringotts, revealed itself to their search through a combination of Harry's instinctive knowledge of where Voldemort would hide something precious, and Rookwood's expertise with the magical security systems that protected wizarding banks. The mission to retrieve it required careful planning and coordination, but the network's resources made it possible to infiltrate even the most secure location in magical Britain without triggering the catastrophic defenses that would have killed anyone attempting a traditional break-in. But it was during the search for the final Horcrux that the network made its most disturbing discovery. Through their collective analysis of everything they had learned about Voldemort's methods and motivations, they realized that the Dark Lord had created more than the 7 Horcruxes that traditional magical theory suggested was the maximum possible number. Hidden in locations that reflected his deepest psychological attachments and protected by magic that drew on his most fundamental beliefs about power and immortality, Voldemort had created additional soul fragments that existed beyond the scope of what even Dumbledore had suspected. The revelation that their enemy's claim to immortality was more extensive than anyone had imagined was both terrifying and oddly encouraging. Through the network, Harry felt 37 minds processing this information with the analytical precision that had once served Voldemort's agenda, but was now dedicated to understanding his weaknesses and exploiting them for the protection of innocent life. Their collective intelligence, freed from the limitations that fear and cruelty imposed on individual thinking, was proving more effective at unraveling the Dark Lord's secrets than he had ever been at protecting them. But the most significant aspect of their Horcrux hunting was the way it demonstrated the evolution of their collective identity, from accidental magical bond to chosen family dedicated to mutual protection and shared purpose. Each mission they undertook together, each challenge they faced as a unified group, each moral dilemma they resolved through careful consideration of competing values, strengthened the connections between them in ways that transcended the magical compulsions that had originally brought them together. Through their shared consciousness, Harry experienced the growing trust and affection that bound 37 people who had found in each other something they had never expected to discover: genuine friendship based on mutual respect and shared commitment to principles that made their existence meaningful rather than merely survivable. They had become something unprecedented in magical history, a family bound not by blood or choice made in freedom, but by magical transformation that had revealed the best aspects of human nature that had always existed within them, but had been suppressed by years of exposure to concentrated evil. Their love for each other was real and profound, but it was also built on a foundation of magical compulsion that made questions of authentic choice and genuine feeling complex beyond easy resolution. But as Harry worked with them to systematically destroy the anchors that tied Voldemort to life, he realized that the philosophical questions about the nature of their bond mattered less than the practical reality of what they accomplished together. Whether their affection was authentic or magically induced, whether their moral choices were genuine or compelled, they were using their collective power to protect innocent life and create conditions where others could exercise the free will that had been denied to them. Perhaps that was enough. Perhaps the means by which they had achieved goodness was less important than their commitment to remain good, regardless of the cost to their individual autonomy or the philosophical purity of their moral standing. Through the network, Harry felt their collective agreement with that assessment. They had found meaning in service to something greater than themselves, had discovered that true strength came from connection rather than domination, had learned that the price of redemption was eternal vigilance against the forces that had once corrupted them. But they had also discovered something that Voldemort, in all his pursuit of power and immortality, had never understood. That consciousness shared willingly with others who cared about your welfare was not weakness, but the foundation of every strength that made life worth preserving. As they prepared for the final phase of their mission, the systematic elimination of every anchor that tied their former master to existence, Harry realized that the network had taught him something crucial about the nature of love and power. True authority was not the ability to compel obedience from others, but the willingness to take responsibility for their welfare and growth. Real strength was not the capacity to destroy enemies, but the commitment to transform them into allies through patient demonstration of better possibilities. The hunt for Horcruxes had become something far more significant than a mission to eliminate Voldemort's claims to immortality. It had become a journey of discovery about the nature of redemption, the possibility of transformation, and the way that love could create connections strong enough to survive even the deepest corruption and emerge into something beautiful and life-affirming. Through their shared consciousness, 37 reformed Death Eaters, and one boy who had never wanted power over anyone, prepared to face the final confrontation with the wizard who had taught them everything they needed to know about the difference between ruling through fear and leading through love. The war was approaching its conclusion, but the true victory would not be measured in the elimination of evil, but in the preservation and nurture of good. And in that battle, the most important one that had ever been fought, Harry Potter and his accidentally chosen family were finally ready to demonstrate what they had learned about the transformative power of compassion, guided by wisdom and supported by unshakable commitment to protecting those who could not protect themselves. The network that had begun as magical accident had evolved into something that would endure long after Voldemort was destroyed. A living example of how love could triumph over hatred, how connection could overcome isolation, and how redemption was possible even for those who had fallen furthest into darkness. Through their hunt for the fragments of their enemy's soul, they had discovered the wholeness of their own.